Hello, everybody. It's so good to see so many of you here, all big fans of transport digitalization. My name is Eva Killer, and I'm from Estonian Ministry of Climate, and I'm also lead of this fabulous project that we have the first annual yearly conference today. And because we have so many interesting speakers today and very interesting panels coming up, I'm not going to speak at the moment longer, but I'm very happy to ask Annika Kroon, who is from DG Move, and she's head of unit Maritime Transport and Logistics, and she has experience in transport and logistics already 12 years. And her favorite transport mode is high-speed train, particularly, if I'm not mistaken, Shinkansen. So the floor is yours, Annika. Very, very happy to have you here.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you for inviting me and team here, and of course for leading this project, which is really important for eFTI implementation. Indeed, I'm head of unit where we deal with the eFTI implementation, and I was very happy to give this keynote speech. Indeed, it's Shinkansen, which is my favorite, but it's for transporting people mostly. So we focus today on cargo, and I don't know, I don't think that in Japan they provide this service for cargo, but for people it's excellent. It runs like metro, and it gives an idea that it should be possible also in Europe, but this is a different vision. Also in one of the kind of highlighted in mission letters to our new commissioner, but we'll see. Today we talk about freight. So indeed, eFTI, and maybe I start with introducing our eFTI team who is today here, Leah, Villu, George. This is and Paolo is someone fourth of the team who should arrive, but just to give you an idea, in 2017 it was just Leah dealing with that, picking the idea from the industry and carrying it over, and now we are here 7 years later with certain things already happening on ground. It might sound as a long time, but it has been very exciting first, then very challenging project. Then now and then it's exciting again, but mostly it's challenging. So every step we go, we discover that there is more to it, something we have not thought about it. And it's because of high ambition, but also high complexity of this project. And it has taken us in the Commission, plus the whole industry in Digital Transport Logistics Forum, who has supported us along the way, as well as member states and these projects we are talking about today. So, but just to recall, what is eFTI about? It's eliminate paper documents in freight transport, make it happen everywhere, in every member state, independently when you travel, making it happen whatever transport mode you will use. And for that we need IT environment, eFTI environment, with the eFTI gates on the national governance side, the platforms on the operator side. Doesn't sound so complicated. But given that we had to accommodate regulation from 7 pieces over 50 years, 7 European pieces, 200 national pieces of regulation, screening and trying to convert it into machine-readable data sets, then think about all different business use cases from the perspective of different authorities, from the perspective of different setup of national administrations, so that every single step we have learned that it's much more complex than we initially thought about it. But we have made a very good progress. We have already in place eFTI data sets with the 2 delegated acts which defines the national legislation in the scope, and the huge data set, eFTI data set and subsets, yes, which was even challenging from the Commission perspective to get it through the pipelines of our IT systems, because it was too big, and structured data model is not something that Commission is dealing on a daily basis. So it took us a month to figure out how our side systems can function with that. But it's there. We have also worked with the member states closely to get in place the Implementing Act, which defines the specifications for IT systems to be used by authorities. And now we are working on very challenging task to define a specification for implementation of FT platforms, which we really see that there is more. Every step we discover that there is more to learn, and every kind of use case has a different perspective, and we need to bring these different perspectives together. But yes, overall architecture, I understand that there was 8 different models to discuss before we landed on the one. And yes, it's just to give you an idea how complicated the whole project is. But it has also great potential. If we make it happen, the administrative savings for operators, that's the preliminary, or that's the primary goal of the regulation, of course. But it also paves the way for digital compliance checks on the authority side. It provides data for reuse for different purposes. It paves the way that the same structured data on FT platforms, which are private platforms, can be used for different purposes, because there should be business model, and if there are defined rights and ways to use this data, it can be provided. It could be additional service on the platform side. It could be also that your trucks will not be stopped anymore on the side for roadside checks, but it can be checked just via the license plate, what type of cargo and which type of control should be applied to this cargo. And of course, we have to be sure that data is safe. There are clear rules about who can access which type of data. So this is also part of the FT environment. So we are very, very grateful for all input we have got from our community. It's a big community and continues to be so. We have also then 2 self-finance projects in place. Today we talk about eFTI4EU, which started a bit more than 1 year ago. It's meant to focus primarily on supporting implementation of the authority side, the FT gates. But another project has been also been successful in applying for money, and it's FT4All. It has been started, and it's meant to build synergies with eFTI4EU and go beyond, working also on testing the connections with FT platforms and their use. And this input is really, really valuable, because we can put the legislation as a general frame, but we still need very specific specification for IT systems as a guidelines, which can guide the IT developers on their way to develop different platforms. So this input is really, really important on your side, and it's important to keep the connection between the project implementation and our team, so that we are in line, we stay in the same frame, we learn from you, and you are well aware what is happening on our side. And this is happening, as I understand. So, future. As I said, FT has a huge potential to be also seen in the international context, because we have used the data model, which is based on UNCFACT multimodal data. We also take care that the standards which we develop here and test and check here will be reflected at the global level, and it's the potential to become a global standard. And even the FT as such has a potential to become an implementation model of ECMR, for example. But of course, it takes all more work, and first we have to make it work here on the ground. And it is also big building block in this bigger vision of making transport fully paperless. It was in sustainable and smart transport strategy, one of the milestones to be achieved by 2030. And I think we can even be there. It is again in the mission letter of our commissioner. So we will use FT to build also on this vision. It will not be easy again, but FT has shown that we may encounter these difficulties, but it's worth to sort them out and move on, and yes, safely, securely, and more efficiently. So thank you, and I'm waiting forward to listen to these different perspectives today, and it's really for me the opportunity to connect to you and learn. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annika. And I think we all feel the great value of the good cooperation that we have with the DG Move, and we feel that our thoughts are heard, and it's not something that Commission is doing in a closed room, but we feel that the communication is very, very well established, and also with our project also we feel that you can, as you said so well, have learned from us, and now I'm going to talk about this project that I hope that you all know, but maybe not. So here is a small overview of what we are doing, or what have we been doing for the past year. So at the end of 2022, we submitted, or the beginning of 2023, we submitted a CEF application, and we're very happy to be successful. The project has 9 member states as partners and 3 member states as observers. So you can see, I don't know why it does that, that they're very well covered the whole Europe. Of course, we see that our project is benefiting the whole Europe, not just members that are part of our project. The partners, we have 23 partners, both private and public sector, and the budget is quite remarkable, from which 50% comes from CEF funding. The main goal of the project is to encourage not only the project partners, but the whole European Union to be more digitalized. And we are seeing that because FT is at the moment existing on paper, we are trying to test all the aspects, mostly related to the FT gate, how it should function, how it should work, and learn from that, and be the pave the way of the whole FT exchange environment for the whole Europe. I'm sorry, it does that. The main topics that we're dealing is that we have already created the national roadmaps for these 9 member states. We will also share these outcomes for everybody, because we feel that even as the member states are different and they have different IT backgrounds and IT systems, then it's still very relevant to learn how different member states are tackling this big challenge, because challenge it is. Then we are developing and testing FT gates, and we are testing it, all aspects of it. We will connect it to the competent authorities access points from the one side. Then we have FT platforms that we can test with. We will do cross-border tests, and we will test all transport modes. So we feel that when the project will end in 2026, we are very, very much ready for FT to be in place. And also from these pilots, we will do the reference model of the FT gate. So if one member state who is not part of this project would like to start from scratch, they don't have it, they don't need to do it anymore from the scratch, because we have done it for them already. Of course, they need to do adjustments. It's not something that you can just take one piece of Lego and put it into their system, but it will be much easier for them to create this system. And very, very big part of our project is communication. As you can see now, we are very openly sharing our knowledge that we have gained from this project. And we will have yearly conferences. This is the first one. We will have next year also. We are very happy if somebody of you are asking us to come to your conferences or your events and share the knowledge. And we have done so also. And we are not doing anything in secret. And also we are engaging private sector from, because even if this project is more from government to business side, then the main benefits from FTI comes from businesses. If they need to see the benefits that comes from that. And if we can show it to them, then we feel that the FTI will be successful. We have quite a lot of members of these partners in this project. As you can see, some of them are from private sector, some of them are public sector. And I say to this slide that this is like Tour de France shirt of a guy. We need to do this shirt, I guess, because it's very impressive how many good members we have. And the very capable team is running it also. The FTI expert team, they're all very much involved also in DTLF work, and we are in a very capable hands of this team who are running our web packages, trying to push everybody to be on track with our goals. And I must admit that sometimes we argue a lot between our project partners, but I think this is part of how to create a good solution, because there are many, many different views and also ways how to tackle this. But I think we will find the solution at the end of the day, and we are already almost there. Please, if you still haven't followed us, we are a very good communication team. They are always posting interesting things that we are doing. We have newsletter. Just recently, the last one went out. It's very, very interesting reading. So please sign up and scan our webpage if you can just take your phone. And follow us in LinkedIn also. So this is for me from the project, but I wanted to say that if you have any questions during the day, for those who are in this nice meeting room, I need to thank Finland for providing this. I think they need an applause. So if you have any questions, you can ask here. And for those who are watching us online, then you can put the question in a chat, and we are taking these questions. But now, okay, sorry, I lost my code. But I am very happy to ask the next speaker. Sorry, my iPad went numb, and I do have a code. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm happy to ask here Artemis Siteli, she's from Transportation, and she's product manager of digital transport documents. And she has said that she feels like she has been in this field already centuries, but actually it's a decade, 10 years of experience in this field. And about her favorite mode of transport, it's a secret. It's sailing, perfect. And I must say that as a transport and digitalization is very much men world. You can see we have only key speakers, women here. We are very modern. So please, Artemis.
Thank you Oh, I need to. Okay, so. All right, so good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first eFTI conference, a yearly conference, and thank you so much for having me here. It's a great honor. My name is Artemis Iteli. I'm the product manager of digital transport documents in Transporion. And we will be spending the next 10 minutes together exploring how eFTI, alongside digitalization, is transforming our our physical world, I was about to say, into a digital first infrastructure to unlock efficiency, collaboration, and transparency. As we are moving forward, please keep in mind that this is not about catching up in the future, this is about shaping it. Logistics nowadays are under more pressure than ever before. Logistics today are critical, very complex. There is a lot of inefficiency, outdated infrastructures, rising demands. And let's be honest, today's software is solving yesterday's problems, which is okay, but it's only the foundation. The landscape is shifting. Sorry. It often feels, as I say, that we are trying to change the engine mid-flight, and because we have a business to run, because we have customers, we have salaries to pay, and KPIs to adhere. And this is a scary thing, right? So how I see this is that eFTI is not a regulatory requirement. It's an opportunity for all of us, like a manual how to change this engine while we are flying safely. Will we leap forward or let outdated systems hold us behind? But let's discuss what we are against up, right? So fragmentation, our industry is very fragmented indeed. Legacy systems, lack of trust in a shared infrastructure, and inefficiency. eFTI regulation is going to set for us a unified digital infrastructure, and the only thing we have to do is trust it and work together for the future. One more big challenge, in my opinion, is how logistics teams remain isolated. It takes, as I say, to boil an ocean, a lot of energy to go digital. And if we do this alone, isolated, we don't have much chances to, let's say, be successful. Teams today, let me see. Oh no, sorry, this one. Logistics teams today are missing critical real-time data to formulate opinions, to take decisions. There is reactive management. They don't have the opportunity to do this proactively. Their technology works to solve inefficiencies internally into their organization, but it keeps them isolated. There are a lot of digitization initiatives that they don't really come with results or being successful, and the companies that they will continue to work like that, unfortunately, will be very slow in catching up in market dynamics that they are changing fast. They will have to work with the incumbent carrier network they already have, and they have to force their carriers, but also the other parties they work with, to adjust to their own technologies, which is very limiting, not so flexible, I would say. If we continue work like this, we will probably continue embracing house, right? Working constantly under pressure, taking reactive decisions. I recently talked to our TP Summit in Vienna about a month ago. I had a discussion with a senior member in a very large FMCG company. He was sharing with me how he quit his job because he felt that he was always firefighting instead of putting his effort in strategic topics. How we can change that? Companies today have two options. Continue on a single-player mode, continue their own initiatives, isolated in their own organization, or change to a multiplayer mode and join our digital community. The time playing solo is over. Collaboration is not a strategy, it's a necessity today. Transporion as a multiplayer has embraced the eFTI regulation, and we are part of the Open Logistics Foundation team. Together we are formulating the future. We joined not only to participate into the conversations, but most importantly to lead them with our expertise, our experience, learn from the experts in the groups. And we are very happy we do all this together, and I welcome you to do the same. I would like to share with you a couple of numbers on how digitalization, but also eFTI will change the future. We know that 30 to 35% of trucks today are running empty. Uber Freight, for example, managed to reduce this to 15% only by going digital. Can you imagine? This is quite important slide because it shows that we don't necessarily have to do more. We don't necessarily have to hire more drivers, buy new trucks. We can just focus on optimizing efficiency with the resources we have today. Yes, there is technology that shouldn't even exist, and maybe changing it, it's not the right approach. But for sure, there is a lot of work that we can do together with the help also of the FT committee. They have an ambitious goal of saving about 27 billion of admin costs within the next 20 years. And in Transporion, we are very happy to contribute to that goal. From our carrier network in Transporion, we have about 160,000 carriers. We ask them, how much are you waiting for loading or unloading before when you arrive to your locations? They said about 1 hour and 47 minutes. Can you imagine if there was an eye above the globe that could see simultaneously which truck is arriving, provide these insights to people, how we could reduce these almost 2 hours to zero and optimize, make our supply chain more efficient. Same applies for about 20 to 25% of underutilized warehouse capacity today. Lior Ron is the CEO of Uber Freight. I was lucky to work with him on my years in Uber Freight. Before he founded Uber Freight, he worked in Google Maps. The time that everything was analog, and the vision was to transform the paper into what we have today, if we all go in our Google Maps. He has been asked in a podcast what problems digitalization will solve for executive members and for the companies. I will just only read out the last sentence. He said, I think the way digitization can help with that, first of all, on the service side, digitizing something means transparency, means everything is connected, means information can move in the speed of light and not in the speed of people. Before my time with you comes to an end, I just wanted to share with you a couple of current trends in the transportation industry. eFTI is helping us connecting and optimizing the supply chain by getting rid of the paper and moving into digital transport documents. This will help us eventually also adhere to resilience. We will be able to handle shocks when they come, like the COVID. Consolidation and just a trend of nearshoring that I wanted to share with you. And what I want you to take away is a few practical tips on how to start this journey. Let me start by telling you that this journey needs to start now. It's a little bit thinking about when is the right time to have children. I need to have a house, I need to have a good job, I need to have this, that. There's never a good time. Children only need love, like most important thing. Same applies to this according to my theory. So first of all, start now. Don't wait until the circumstances are perfect. Make it a priority. Go to your organization, put it on your roadmap and budgeting for next year. Commit to your organization and your partners that you are taking the lead on the digitization. Reach out to experts, partner with experts, join a community, reach out to us. You can connect with a lot of experts today. You don't have to be an expert yourself. Start with pilot projects, start small, see the results, review, fail, start again. And at the end, engage with your stakeholders. Be vocal about the small wins, but also your learnings to your network. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Artemis. It was very, very interesting to hear the insights and the huge numbers that I think there is a benefit there inside these 35% of empty trucks and waiting time 2 hours. I think with these numbers, everybody can see the benefits. Sorry, Ulrika is scribbling something. Sorry. So, but now I open my iPad again. We can go forward, and I'm really happy to ask here to present eFTI Inside and navigating in the future of digital freight. Teemu Heikura, who is from Finland, from Fintraffic, and he's head of logistics, and Mohamed Olmadi, who is also from our project and also an in-group senior system architect. And Teemu has been in this field over 10 years already. And Mohamed has a little bit less experience, but still they're very valuable expert of our, both expert of our project. And both of them feel that the favorite mode of transport is rail. And I agree, this is also how I feel. So please feel free. I think you need to grab another microphone. And here, okay.
Thank you. So, Mohamed, please. Okay, so thank you. So my name is Teemu Heikura, and I am here with Mohamed, like I was presented. And today, in every conference, there is one presentation which is highly technical presentation. And today we are those two nerds who are presenting the technical side of eFTI and what we are doing in our project. And we have quite a long presentation today, about 50 minutes time. So we are going first through what is eFTI, because we are going in the technical side. It's need to be explained what is eFTI and what are the technical parts. Then what is the reference implementation, what we are doing in our project. Then Mohamed will tell you more about the reference implementation in technical level. And lastly, we go through with the pilots what we are doing in our project and how to find benefits of eFTI. But first, why I'm here. So like Eva said, I am the project manager in Finland for national implementation and also leading our work package 2, which is the technical work package in our eFTI4EU project. We are leading that with France, and that's why we have the Mohamed here. Okay, so basically, eFTI. I think that you are all familiar with the eFTI basics, but because I don't know how deeply you are familiar, and before moving on the technical, highly technical part, it's good to level the playing field where we are. So basically, if we consider about FT in technical part, it is only 3 layers. We have the economic operator part, where is the FT platform. Then we have the member state part, FT gate, and then the authorities who is asking the FT information from the gate, and which is asking it from the platform. And all the data, what we have is on the platform. We only have on the gate side the minimal amount of the data. So that's the basic. And the most important part of the FT is the FT gate, which will communicate together with other FT gates and the platforms and find the information. So that's the crucial part of FT. And that's why we have this eFTI4EU project, so that we are making that FT gate so that it's communicating together and proving that it is working. If we are considering the FT gate, we can say that it's quite similar than any other software what we can build. It has 3 layers. It has yellow one, the interface layer, where we have the e-delivery interface, the mandatory e-delivery interface between the gates and for the platform. Then we have the AAP interface for authorities, and then we have the platform interface for the platform side. And of course, we have the interface, the e-delivery interface, also the platform, but there is freedom to do what kind of platform interface you want. Then we have the service layer and then the database layer. So pretty basic. As it was said in the beginning, Annika said that FT is quite simple and basic software. So it is. It's basic software. Authority side, there you have more freedom than the gate side. You can do whatever application for authorities, if what they are needing. They can use their existing softwares. You can do own service for them, as long as it fulfills the regulation. And the platform side, I'm not going deeply on the platform side because the specification is not ready yet. They are working with the DTTF and the DTLF for those platform documentation, but it allows a lot of freedom for economic operators to do any kind of solution. It can be a separate service. You can buy it on the SaaS service. It can be part of the existing TMS or ERP platform. Or you can make the distributed model where you have the one master platform which communicate to FTGate and use tributary platforms there. But specification is still under construction. It's not ready yet. So we are waiting for that one to tell more about that one. But the main part of the FT is that gates can communicate together using harmonized interface, using harmonized data. That's the main point. And that's what we are working. And remember, when you are procuring the FT and somebody is saying that we are 100% compliant with FT right now, they are lying to you. Because the specs is not ready. They cannot be 100% compliant. So remember that one. Okay, that was the basic information about FT. Now you know the basics and now you know how it's working. Now we can do more deep dive what we are doing in our project. In our project, on the technical side, we have focused on the 4 main parts. We have focused on the process, how the data is flowing there, how the process is going. We are also focusing on about data. What is the data model? What is the main data parts over there? Then interfaces, because I mentioned that we need to have standardized interfaces which can communicate together. We are also focusing on those ones. And then the reference implementation. We are building the FTGate reference implementation. Like Eva said before, you can take that, but you need to customize that. So it will help you for the implementation to start using that one and build over that one, not starting from the scratch. Of course, you can start on the scratch if you want, but this is the option. And on the data side, one big topic what we have discussed a lot is the consignment. I don't remember how many discussions we have had about this topic. What's the consignment? I think that in every data discussion we are discussing again and again what is consignment, and this is also repeating not only in our project but also in the Commission discussions. And the hard part is that because FT is the multimodal, it can be one package, it can be pallet, it can be container, or it can be 50 rail wagons. So understand the context. It's the multimodal. There is a choice. Also, other topic what we have discussed a lot, what is the reference? What is the reference implementation? And basically, there is three layers of the reference. There is the business process model. So we are creating a graphical presentation, which is process how the process is going. Outcome of that one is the document. I will show the example later. Then there's a reference architecture, which is showing what kind of components we have. And again, outcome document. And then there's the implementation. It's totally different. It's not anymore a document, it's working software. And there's a bunch of code, which you can find on the GitHub. But if you are expecting that it will be a document, no. Or okay, you can print it, but it's code. So, process model documentation, how the process is going, what are the decision points when it's changing from the gate, the platform side, and from the authority side. This is what our project is delivering. Also, reference architecture. I could have taken the picture of what Commission is using, but I draw it again. So there is the components, technical components, reference architecture, and then reference implementation. This is only 30 lines here. Don't expect that the actual implementation is that easy, that it's only 30 lines. It's about 3,000 lines or something. Yeah, so it's code. And before I will give the speech for Mohammed, which will talk about more about the reference implementation, what we have there. So basically, what is the reference implementation and what's not? The major thing and the first thing is that it's one of our project deliverable. We have to do it, and we have to do it as an open source. Reference implementation, it's following the regulation. We can do some extra implementation there. We can do modification, but those modifications are not anymore part of the reference implementation. We are not calling it then as a reference implementation. It can be some other naming, but the reference implementation, it's following the regulation, and it's functional. But it's the reference implementation, it's not a national implementation. Remember that it's only a reference. When you are taking it in use, you have to adapt it. You have to build your national modification for that one. It's a basic implementation. It is not following the Germany specification. It's not following the France specification or using the Finland specification. It's only one implementation, and you have to check what kind of requirements your member state is setting for, and you have to adapt it. So basically you can say it is almost ready to use in production, but not near there. But now, for the highly technical part from the Mohammed.
Hello, everybody. Happy to see you there in person for someone, and to meet new people here. So I'm Mohammed Unmadi. I'm a system architect. So I have no long experience in transport, but my experience is more in systems architecture. I am from the IN group, so for national printing, Imprimerie Nationale from France. So IN group is a private company owned by, completely owned by the French government. We are providing a lot of things, mainly related to trust, identity, so identifying people and objects and organization. So we are part of this project from the beginning, and we are mandated by the Ministry of Transport to implement and deploy the eFTI gate. So the idea here is not to bother you with a lot of technical aspects, but to give you, in overview, how this reference implementation is organized, what is happening under the hood, and how is complex and also interesting is. So there will be two major versions. Most of features will be delivered in the 0.5 release. It could be come by the end of this year, and the rest of features will come next year. So, as you can see, even if the principle of the eFTI gate is pretty simple, under the hood there are a lot of components. Some one in the middle are related to the core of the gate, how to manage the APIs, the different interfaces for other gates, for authorities, and for platforms. We have the registry of identifiers, search mechanism, and the request handler to manage asynchronous communication with the authorities. And along that, we have a lot of other components. So some of these components are databases, authentication server, message broker for communication. And then on the other side, we have the e-delivery component, which come with its own components, with the database system, with the communication, with the broker. So we have a lot of components to manage to make this gate working. I will talk quickly about the e-delivery because it adds some complexity to the project. So it ensures a lot of features. And the systems communicating via e-delivery will not communicate directly between them, but use the four-corner model to communicate. The gate will send the request to its e-delivery access point, which will communicate to the other gates access point, which will transfer the request to the other gate. So this will add some other complexity to the architecture of the gate. So here, an example, just a part of a request trip, starting from the official, sending a request, and the information, dataset information, coming back to the official. So you can see that the request will make a lot of jumps between different systems to go to the other, for example here, a search request to reach the next gate. And another important part of the trip is hidden here when the request reach the other gates. So this is a pretty complex trip to handle, and for each step you can have a lot of errors and different use cases, and we need to handle all of that. So how it works. So the reference implementation is developed by a growing team. So as the different member states have different roadmaps, So in the beginning, we were just 2 member states of France with Finland, and we are happy to see that other member states are joining the team from Estonia, from Germany, from Austria, and we are looking forward to start concretely working with them. Most of decisions are taken in the reference implementation group, so the TG5 group. We have a weekly basis meeting, so if you are interested, this is the right group to join. We are taking inputs from the other groups, so from the TG1 for the architecture group, for the data and interfaces group, and compiling all that to make the reference implementation compliant with all regulation and specification made by the other groups. Concretely, for day-to-day working, we have a lot of collaborative works. So we have a dedicated JIRA for task management and a Confluence project for where the specifications are written and where discussion are sometimes also kept here. We have a Slack channel for communication and also for day-to-day communication between developers. We have a test management system managed mainly by Christophe from France as well. And we have a Git repository which is already available. So all the code is here. And besides the code, we are doing automatic unit testing and code review and a lot of technical things here. So to ensure the quality of the gate, the reference implementation, a lot of tests are in place. So it is a basic process starting from gathering requirements to test and notify bugs and correct them and reporting, and all of classical process to do testing. So the requirements are the output of defined use cases and also from the regulation analysis, because we need to be conform with the regulation. And what is tested is the reference implementation and the implementation issued by the other member states. So, so far, we have the master test plan drafted and a test management system, which is the Jira XRI, already in place. For testing, we have two, for cross-border testing, so the test between different member states and different gates are following two approaches. So the bottom-up approach is more technical, so we are testing low-level code. So this is unit testing made automatically in GitHub. And we have manual testing for integration and end-to-end testing. Following the top-down approach, it is for non-functional and functional testing. So we have the performance testing to see that the reference implementation is compliant with the predefined SLA, and the security is in place. For business, so this is more end-user tests. We have the acceptance testing and use case testing. So we test first event is planned next month in Estonia between Finland, France, and Estonia to test the reference implementation and meet foreign developers together in a single place. So this is about testing. Now, what has been done so far? So we have a source code already available in GitHub in a draft version. So we didn't already release anything. So it's under work. We have a source code for the gate. We have a delivery connector to communicate under a delivery. We have the registry of identifiers, a basic logger system, and the platform simulation for the tests. We already have a deployment environment allowing you to deploy the gate and test and play with the gate locally in your machine, and also deploy Domibus for a delivery communication. We also have data model in XSD schema. We have Swagger, we have Postman collection. So a lot of things are available in this GitHub repository, and we are trying to make it the source of the truth for a lot of components. So during the development, what was challenging? So we have, from management point of view, we have the coordination between different teams, different developers, different member states. We have the task group dependency. We cannot all be in all the groups, so sometimes we need the output of some groups to use it in the reference implementation, mainly the architecture group, the data model group, and the interface group. We also have the challenge about the specification, which is not yet completely defined, so some modifications are made to this specification, and adapting the source code to that could be time-consuming at some times. And also, it is not always easy to find time to do all those tasks. From the development point of view, one of the challenging aspects is a delivery because of a lot of aspects. So the documentation sometimes it's hard to follow. The architecture is pretty outdated, so new developers have some trouble to follow the philosophy of Domibus and a delivery in general. Also, a delivery comes from a lot of components which need to be integrated in the gate. Also, one important challenging aspect is the distributed architecture of the gate. So the competent authorities and the platforms will communicate only with national gates, and cross-border communication should be made between the foreign gates. So this is a distributed system, a very challenging aspect to handle, both from the architecture point of view and for the development point of view. Also, we need to balance from reference implementation and the national implementation work, because as Timo said before, the reference implementation is not intended to be directly used by member state. A lot of things are here, but you need some adaptation, and our developers need each time to manage and adapt the modification made to reference implementation to their respective national implementation. And also we have to manage the asynchronous communication mode, which leads to a lot of technical challenge and complication. So I just would like to end by this more positive touch to say that beside the complexity, beside all the challenges, we enjoyed the work. So we have a really great and competent team in all areas, so in transport, in architecture, in management, in development. So sharing this knowledge and expertise is very, very valuable, and we did very interesting work together, and the we have already some achievements. So the 0.5 release is coming soon. And yeah, so just join us and you will surely enjoy the adventure. Yeah, so I will give back the phone to Timo to get to the last of.
So, last topic of our presentation is the pilots. What kind of pilots we are doing in our eFTI4EU project? Basically, we are doing 4 types of pilots. Interoperability pilots, cross-border pilots, data pilots, and national pilots, where we can find the value, how eFTI can bring value at the national level. And all the pilots, when we are doing that, we are finding and trying to show the value of eFTI, how it is working together with other things in the logistics, how it's working alongside with the supply chain, and what's the real value of eFTI, why companies want to use it. I use the word want, but I think that we have to a little bit push them to use it. I hope that it's more willing to use it than that we are pushing them to use. But let's see. But how we are managing these pilots? When we start to plan pilots, this is the thing what we realized in the beginning of the project. eFTI is only one part of the whole logistics puzzle. It's only one small part there, and we need to integrate it. We need to get the data in use. If we are building a separate solution where eFTI is only one part and eFTI is not used anywhere else, it's not bringing that value. But when you are integrating it with another software systems in the logistics, example the real-time economy, which I will explain shortly, then we can create efficiently harmonizing trust for the logistics networks. And now I have 3 pilot examples. I will go those through. And one pilot, what we are thinking is that when we realize that eFTI is only one part, so what are the other parts in the supply chain? The whole process will start in the ordering, maybe somewhere in the manufacturing phase, but now we will start only on the ordering phase. Most of the eFTI information is already in the order. So the order information in the order, we have to get it to eFTI so that the companies don't have to fill it twice. And then after the transportation, then there's an invoicing phase. And quite often they need way bills for the invoicing to checking that the invoice is correct. So why we are not providing the eFTI information for them so that they can check the invoice. And then in the future for also the digital product passports. So understand where eFTI is, that it is only one part. And example, in Finland, we are now doing a pilot where we try to integrate eFTI with our real-time economy project, where they are digitalizing the ordering and invoicing with the PEPPOL network. So that's one type of pilot, real example of what type of pilots we are doing. Second type of pilot is the understanding the interoperability with the other standards. Okay, ECMR, it's quite natural. Then also the one record from the IATA and the EMSV, and especially transport manifest or cargo manifest document on the EMSV side. How it can interlink with those, how they can use the same information, fill it in once, how they can share that information. Of course, regulation is setting out some limit for us that what we are delivering for authorities, you cannot share it by law, but you can use it voluntarily. Try to find the benefit for companies so that they want to use that eFTI and want to share the information. And that's also another type of pilot what we are doing. And then the third and most obvious is that we have to check the whole chain, how the eFTI is working, how the platforms are used, working, how they are communicating with the FTGate, how the authorities are getting the information. So how FT is working in the practice. And Estonia has already made some early pilot with this one, and because there is the Estonian police today telling about the insight, I think that they will tell more about this one, so I'm not stopping here so long. But these are 3 types of pilot examples, what we are right now doing. These are not the only ones. We are doing a lot of more piloting in our project, and maybe next year we can have many presentations about pilots and what we have learned about those. But at this point, that is our presentation about the FT, where we are in our project right now and what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I have a voice. It was I'm not a technical guy, but even for me it was interesting to see. And I wanted to ask if anybody from the audience have any questions, because we have time for questions. Yes, there is one. Sorry, I will bring you.
I have a very loud voice, but okay. Hello, good morning. Hans Lip, representing Transfollow. We are an ECMR provider, amongst other things. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. It provides good insights where we stand and what the technical capabilities so far are. I have a question related to the release 0.9, which I found was the most interesting slide, because there I think we will qualify as an eFTI platform in the future. You said in the release 0.9, it is expected that the API will become available for platforms to integrate with the eFTI gate. If that understanding is correct, will that also mean that all the documentation needed to make that API connection becomes available in December 2025? Or will that be released sooner? And I'm asking this question on behalf of also my colleagues. Working as an eFTI platform, we need to schedule time to integrate this stuff in our software to make it available for our customers. So we are more or less looking to when can we expect these technical details that you correctly mentioned are not available yet. Thank you.
Okay. It will come at the latest then, but remember, because you have the freedom in the REST API side to do a national implementation, so the REST API implementation on the reference side is only one implementation of the REST API, and it can vary that in Germany they can build their own REST API interface if they want, so it doesn't need to be the same. So yes, you can use it, but you have to also ask from your member state kind of API they will build, or will they build it at all?
Yes, good morning still, I guess. Jaco Voorspij, independent logistics consultant. Most of you that do know me from my GS1 standardization past, but that's not what I'm going to ask about. First question is, will these presentations be available after this session sometime soon? And I'll have a second question as well. But you can answer in a second if you don't mind. So my main question is about your sort of, well, almost inaudible comment around the use of PEPL in your Finnish pilot. A lot of you people already know that I've been quite vocal also around PEPL in relation to eFTI. Maybe you could expand a little bit on that for my benefit, so I understand what it is that you are contemplating and or exactly doing already.
Okay, the first question Eva can answer for that one.
Yes, I will take that one. Yes, all the presentations and also the video will be in YouTube. We will probably cut it into pieces and send all this information to every participant, so you can relax and watch them at home on your couch. Thanks.
And then the second question, basically, we are quite early phases on that work because we have in Finland the real economy where the ordering and invoicing is in the PEPPOL format. And we have the eFTI coming. Maybe someday it's also mandatory. We are trying to find how these data models are linking together, how it will be for companies as easy as possible to provide the information for real-time economy side and also for eFTI side. Maybe one result is that it is already quite easy to implement it, or maybe we can do some reference implementation how invoice order is from the PEPPOL is going to the eFTI format and back to the invoice format. So we are trying to solve that. What is the most beneficial there for companies, how we can do it as interoperability as possible. But we are still quite early phases on the data mapping side.
We have had one question also online, and the question is that will there be any integration in railways also regarding this? I assume maybe about pilots probably, or because eFTI is not only road transport, it's all transport modes.
I don't remember by heart who is doing the railway pilot, but I think that there was on our roadmap that we are doing also piloting on the railway side.
We have one more.
Hi, Brian Palmer, Amazon. Great presentation. Thanks so much for diving in. The timelines, do you face any risks or dependencies there? Especially you mentioned the work going on with the Commission and DTLF. Do you see that impacting delivery to that schedule?
We know that there will be some changes, but the changes what we are expecting on the gate side are not that major. So there will be minor changes, and I think that we can handle those inside our project timeline.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Of course, you can use coffee breaks. And I think, thank you. Big round of applause. Sorry. Okay, oh, sorry. Online is a little bit delayed. One question is eFTI on time in relation to EVOA regulation 2025-03? I think maybe it's related to maybe waste shipment, could be. Does anybody in the audience know this?
I cannot comment about that one.
And the other question, maybe a little bit easier one, is will eFTI platforms communicate with each other?
There is freedom, what we currently know.
Yeah.
They can communicate with together or they don't have to communicate. So what we know currently is that there's a lot of freedom from the platform side, but as I said earlier, those specifications are still under construction and there are quite a lot of discussion with those. So let's see, we will wait those.
Of course, maybe I can add that eFTI regulation is not making rules B2B connections. It's more like from government to business. But of course, as Teemu said, that nothing is stopping them to communicate with each other. And I think that where the benefit lies also for the businesses probably. So they will do. Leah, do you want to comment? Yeah. Okay.
Indeed, maybe I can add that as far as we're looking at it right now, we certainly will not impose an obligations on the platforms to communicate, but certainly it is going to be about the freedom. So our aim is to allow actually the platforms to communicate with each other, because that's the whole point of interoperability on the business side, and that's where it is coming from. So we'll set the requirements that will allow them to communicate, and to communicate that in a way that is seamless, as we like to say, right? Because we're going to set standards that they will all need to comply with, and that will facilitate communication. But again, we're not obliged them right now the way we're looking at it, but we aim to facilitate this communication. I think this is very, very important. I mean, that's where we think it will become, as I said, the added value for the businesses from these standards that we're going to set. And on that other regulation, I think we will look into it, because I'm afraid, even if I'm working for the Commission, the EVOA regulation, I'm afraid I'm not aware of it, but we'll check it out. Try to see if we can come up with an answer later. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. And I think now we ran out of questions at the moment. So thank you once again. And I'm very happy to ask here Ulrika Hurt, who is working at Digital Logistics Center of Excellence and also has a 12-year-long experience in transport education. And her favorite transport mode is short sea shipping, very difficult to pronounce. So the floor is yours, Ulrika.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it has been a long journey, and not just the 12 years in logistics, but also nearly 7 years alongside with Leah, and growing teams of colleagues in pushing what earlier didn't have a name of FT, but later 2020 turned into FT, and now we expect a bit more of a similar time frame to have it fully applicable. So that is my time frame here. And what I'm going to tell you a bit is how exactly are we looking at the time perspectives of FT coming into life, and how within the project the partners, mainly the member states, but also the ones influenced, are looking at their roadmaps, how to build FT for themselves, and of course between themselves and between the member states that are around them. And in more detail, around the timeline of FT, which is coming at a certain, somewhat adding few months or few years here and there. We have a bit of slower pace than we earlier were expecting, but it has given us a lot of time to frame and maybe even have better solutions. The project itself has taken a very deep dive into these member states that are in the project. There are 9, but on how they exactly prepare for the year 2026, 7, maybe even beyond, to be completely ready for FT. And how to bring all of these different stakeholders around to actually do their part, so that not only member states or administrations, as you would know for FT, are mandatory to transfer, but also that there will be users, in that there will be the IT solutions and FT platforms and ECMR platforms and other consignment node platforms and other varied other digital transport platforms that are ready and take note and get their interoperability. So we have a work line, a task in the eFTI4EU project for the roadmaps, national roadmaps. And we started with the first round in 2023. The second round we now have collected in 2024. And we have made now by September a good comparative as well between those individual roadmaps, made similarity reviews, as well as published a joint report on them. And we are currently in the process of reviewing the version that we could as well. We hope it goes for the best, also to publish for public reading of these statements. So if there's anything that still some member states would like to promise for sure, we can still withdraw, monitor a bit. But it is also a deliverable that this project will be making available for everyone to read, to see how the member states are thinking, how the ones who are actually nearby, and I have colleagues here, not just myself, who we're working around it, and we're hoping that this will also provide clarity as well as encouragement to those member states that are not in the project to create similar roadmaps for themselves. And to show what the roadmaps entail, it is a review of strategies, visions, and goals, and a lot of as well the current state assessment, which of course sometimes not having anything ready is not a limitation. If you just have a vision of creating something, you'd need to know how to do it and whether others will have it the same. And nevertheless, every member state has some specialties that they're advanced in and the others are struggling with. So hence, this joint coordinated exercise has allowed to discover that actually others have the building blocks or knowledge quite well available in places that perhaps the individual specific member state is thinking of options or hasn't worked that deeply yet. It looks at legislation and in different competent authorities that are in place for FT, as well as provide space of the ones who are should be benefiting or like second layer users of potential FT data, and also timeline and dependencies what the member states have. Some have started with quite a lot of initiative, have pulled some tenders or works quite close of pilots or even procuring an FT gate, and some are still discussing how to do that the best. And it is not a worst or best case scenario. It is just how things are, and we just do that referencing against each other so that we know that everyone is working on it. Resources as well are mapped, and risks and how these are to be overcome, because it is also very important to have an understanding of how every member state is thinking. And most importantly, what the roadmaps that we have set up the templates with, and have this coordination of this exercise, is that we would like to have all the member states now in the eFTI4EU project, but also on the all the member states that have joined the sister project, eFTI4All, and all the member states who are around but aren't part of these projects, to think of how all these other digital strategies, as well as other transport digitalization strategies, have an interlinkage, even if they're not currently in work plans, that anyhow there will be a general bigger picture for businesses in their operations deriving from these digital actions and legislation. And we would much like all the member states to take an understanding that transport is not somewhere alone in a reporting or push format, but it is an integrated supply chain data flow that the transport is just part of, and all the mandatory pieces of any reporting should just be seamless from the daily operations between the businesses and between their IT systems, and to have that mindset already from scratch, also for the authorities that work with FT only. so that they would take note of reflecting to other authority segments or other ministries, depending on their setup of their national e-governance. And highly important and very, very interesting has been the mapping of national digital and data building blocks that are available. Some have very advanced levels and this has been really eye-opening for everyone else of how actually the intra-national work is governed and operated. And we have installed a bit of methodology behind it as well, not to push it too much, doesn't really show that much, but it is a grown pestle analysis that has been specifically adjusted and extended that we're using across this exercise, as well as benefit mapping exercise that the roadmaps covered and the specific extra assignment will cover, that you would like to do anything, but you would need to know what the status is, and you would like to as well know where you'd like to go, but it all has to be motivated. So even if you have barriers, you have limitations, you have options as is or to be wishes, you would need to categorize them in an understandable sequence, organize them, and then one by one start tackling them. And to regular those who would know of regular conditional analysis, which pestle is, we have added also the finances and the marketing and the brand and awareness segments, so that we would be able to organize also the knowledge around FT, because if we are all aware of what that is and what the benefits are, we would be able to cross-motivate each other, because no one has the full picture, and not knowing or being afraid is the biggest hindrance of all the developments. And that's the piece. So I'll not cover all of these layers. You will most certainly learn about them, but we'd cover a bit of legal aspects, because there are still legislations coming up, and the legislation that is not there, we consider that not a hindrance to apply FT. We would ask that if a legislation is not there, for example, for eIDAS or for some technical solutions that we might need to have in place, legislatively or mandatory or non-mandatory conditions, we'd say if we would need it, is there a potential or a need to negotiate of having it? So we'd ask ourselves, what if? And have that position as well written down in a roadmap, saying that we observe whether these options legally also become available. Current gap is not a limitation. It's a challenge, but not definitely an eternal limitation. Also, legal aspects to highlight a few are that we are with FT seemingly in a reporting state, but we're not just in reporting. We are in global, common EU internal market that we want to make better functioning with FT. And not too many people see that connection in an immediate first sight, but it is that with FT we make it possible to report or show whatever you need to report seamlessly and run your cross-EU business with less complexity in a standardized way. And this is actually an enabler that FT has in it that maybe not everyone is recognizing, because at first FT seems a bit complex to comprehend. but it is quite a powerful tool when we figure it out, how it works in supply chains for the actual business operations of cargo exchange, not just transport, but exchange between industries in a good way. The second key segment is economic aspects. These goes alongside with nice to have, but it doesn't pay off. We're not going to do that. With eFTI, it is going to be mandatory, but the extent of application and the extent of onboarding is dependent on an understanding from businesses that it actually brings them benefits. The member states as well have to motivate their investments for the government, for the budget, for any extra work that is being done. So hence we need to know an understanding of how much do we win when we make this change, or how much do we save. And the government needs to know if going on with the investment of building an eFTI gate or dedicating a team who would make it work better, not just minimum, but extended, how much their economy, how much their industry sectors will win or save. And this is also what we learned from the roadmap exercise, that we actually have quite a lot of input for moving to next stage in supporting such an analysis in a wider scale, and also together with the European Commission exercises at different levels. We try to combine the data so that we will have the national understanding of national budgetary and why not GDP wins out of this digitalization, also supply chain wins, the sectoral wins, as well as individual business operation wins of specific use cases. So all these levels also, from this exercise to many others, build into a clearer understanding for everyone that what is their win if they have a need for investing for, I don't know, a monthly fee or installing a system or building one, what might be the volumes in some years' time. And the third key segment, of course, is technology, out of which we have been having a great presentation by Teemu and Mohammed, as well as all the team. And if you wish, you can fetch up all the different presentations that have been given over eFTI and the technical aspects. Is that how do we make it possible that technologically is not available? This is a roadmap of discovery of technical integrations and architectures that have not been there. And we have taken the challenge of saying that we do have the components, and if we don't have the setting, we will just figure it out. It's not a limitation that we don't have it. It's and hence this project that we are in have provided the excellent baseline for people's dedication, for having time, space, and having a timeline to figure things out, not delay, but do it, have reference implementation, have the testing, and have later on the code pieces available. And if needed, we'll adjust them when we need to in coming years. It is just a motivation, and in the roadmaps we have as well these ambitions for all the member states written down. And in leaving more of the keywords for you is that the technology has to be effective, reliable, as well as we need the technology neutrality. So we will provide options that allow all the different softwares and different integrations, either nationally or supply chains or in different service providers, to have their own specialties, to have their own different applications, and to have the different access modes, identification, authentication models. We need to have a framework how we can compare them, how we can categorize them, but we do not have to impose a single solution, neither for an FTGate, neither for a platform. If we have understood how we want them to be, we have plenty of benchmarking options from other cross-EU networks that function the same. And key gaps that our member states in the project have indicated also lie across all these same categories that I was showing a few minutes before. And in all gaps and all risks, we say, are not hindrances. The more you have, the better it is. The more you can identify, the better it is. The more you can describe why and how you cannot do things, the better it is. Because then you can go line by line and start sorting it out and making it an option, making a plan for it and resolving it. And all these worries that the member states are having and were written down in the roadmaps have already been monitored and understood that how or which of the time frame these can be resolved, and this has brought a lot of relief, I would say. It's not an easy task, of course, to resolve quite many hindrances, but it is doable. As well as one of the key aspects that are worrisome are, of course, the integrations between FT data flows and FT requests and all the other transport, vehicle, driver, movement, or any other operation requirements for reporting. And such uncertainty is currently the biggest worry or biggest knowledge gap, which is identified, and not necessarily all will be resolved within the eFTI4EU project. There are other projects, other initiatives, but we do take note and also deliver the key aspects to be tackled in short term around this project to have also FT smooth application. And one of the big key worries is, of course, money. Money. No one has it ever too much or enough. But we have also understood and figured out that if we have understood how much it costs for one or another member state, we can copy the framework, and we have saved a lot of individual member states' finances for having done the thinking jointly, thanks to the project. And we have been taking a lot of savings for each and every individual member state for building an FTGate, for preparing an FTGate, by preparing the components as well as the guidelines jointly, so that we might have also some application that you can sort of download as a project result as a member state, and not pay the fees to the extent that normally similar systems would have costed. The timeline for the roadmaps, especially for within the project, have to fall within the project period, obviously. And the project that we are currently in, the eFTI4EU, runs until 2026. Maybe we'll see if a few of the months we need to add to the original end date, depending on the timeline of FT implementing acts and other acts coming, delegated acts coming from the legislation, EU legislation. But we have mapped of an understanding that by 2027, that currently is the expected date, we would have FTGates in all EU member states as required. And we do see that it is doable. So these roadmaps as well have provided certainty that this is the target and this is not going to be missed. And for the few wrap-ups and for heads up, we have made a round of benefits mapping from these roadmap submissions, as well as added quite a lot with our colleagues having collected these benefits from other studies and reviews. And we have categorized them into the same 9 categories. And we have identified 216. And if we go along with other targets, it's like 385 we had. So 1 benefit or 1 FT different topic per day in a year and a few plus. We were even thinking of issuing a calendar, 1 FT thought per day, 1 FT benefit per day, and to think about and submit. So that there is quite a lot, and we will continue with motivating, with understanding that it is doable in all these different categories, and made 2 clouds. So we have benefits that are general benefits, then we have as well the member state benefits. And the highest is transparency, efficiency, footprint, obviously. CO2 footprint, any footprint. Support, mitigating frauds, compatibility, satisfaction, speed, error mitigation, skills, and competitiveness. And for economic operators, the key highest scored ones are standardization, transparency, efficiency, competitiveness, scalability, accessibility, integration, accuracy. And we think that FT, alongside with other digitalization streams, provides a general benefit which we get marketed and get as well described in a qualitative manner, but within the eFTI4EU project and beyond, we also try to provide numbers, numericals, so that it can also be assessed how much you actually do win if you turn the FT button on, if you turn the ECMR button on, if you turn other transport modes option buttons on at first layer. The bigger picture will take step by step. So we try to organize that domain as well. And I do hope that even this roadmap exercise, maybe within the project, but the wider benefit mapping is our common option. So I also do invite you when, if you do allow, we will make that information available, how you can contribute to that mapping. And you can contribute when we will launch the studies and the workshops, and you can easily come join in and participate and have that as well contributed, and then later on learn from. Thank you very much. That was my part.
Thank you, Ulrika. We are now almost having a coffee break, but I have one question from the online participant. Do you think that it will be compulsory also for economic operators one day, and if yes, then when?
I'm not a policymaker myself, so I can make any promises or thoughts given out. Yes, to underline, indeed, FT will be mandatory for authorities in the very first stage, and economic operators will have their option to choose. We wish that this uptake would be as high as possible immediately to make it pay off, and that's why we're working that hard. My individual opinion is that when we'd have the feedback round of how FT implementation has been, 2029, 30, around there it is expected. We'll see if that timeline is exactly like that. I would hope that the assessment would say that should be mandatory for the economic operators as well, or economic operators themselves would say that we would like to have that fully. And depending on how much time the amendments would make, then I'd say in 10 years we could be fully digital, whether we should or we would want to. But 2040 should definitely be the time that they should be available for everyone.
Thank you, Ulrika. First the carrot, then the stick. But now, I don't know if you have carrots, but the coffee we have.
The coffee and the cookies.
Yes, and we will be back in 12:45. So see you there. Thank you. I lost my voice. Welcome back from the break. I hope you had good conversations. And I forgot to mention before that I think this calendar with every day one tip of benefits of FT, we should do it, definitely. Like promotional and inspirational calendar for FT lovers who we are here. We will continue with very, very interesting panel discussions and also presentations. Firstly, we are going, before we were a little bit theoretical, now we're going more into practice. So I'm really happy to say that our next panel and also presentations, before we have presentations, then panel about FT and the benefits for competent authorities, because we have heard today many times that in 2027 the obligation goes to member states and more precisely on competent authorities to be able to accept digital documents. So we are very, very happy to have here experts on this field, and I'm happy to ask here Toomas Koronev from Estonian Police and Border Guard Group, who is a leader in Traffic Supervision Department. And how we do it is that first we have presentations, and then when everybody has had their presentations, we will move to the chairs. So, you have experience 5 years, and your favorite mode of transport is road transport, everything on wheels. Here you go.
Okay. Hello. So in Estonia, we already been digitalizing everything, depending also things on the road, and our and sometimes our checks are quite easy because of the electronic databases we use. So we can check almost everything from one check from the one computer, only doing one request. And using the electronic CMRs, data is also very useful, and the check will be much easier and quicker for us also. We will get a very clear overview what is on the truck, where it comes from. No need to understand what is written by hand on the CMRs. And maybe driver have been made some mistake. So the check is very quick if we see data when the data is digitalized. Also less bureaucratic burden, and And as I said, the efficiency of the check will be better for us. Right now, some of our companies are using electronic documents already for many years, and there have been a lot of positive arguments about that, because everything is understandable. I can check it from my database, or driver shows me from his computer or tablet, and nobody has any questions, because everybody knows which data is needed for the check. And also the transparency. I think it would be not so easy to manipulate with the data if the data is digitalized. But there's, I think, one problem. Maybe it is possible to use both on the paper and the digital CMRs. So me as a control officer, I should understand which one he is using right now. And also some threats, which is system failure, cybersecurity risks. As we know, it happens all the time, system fails. And when we are on the road, system is failing, what should we do? I think the suggestion will be, maybe you should take a paper note also with you. So if something happens, you can show. Other way, we will just wait for the answer from the database. And the possibility to use both paper and digital transport documents at the same time, as I said. I think that the database should be available. The data should be like, how to say, that I can check it and I already see that you have an electronic one. So if you show me a paper one, I think that one will be like falsified, or I will take into the count only the electronic one. And this summer, we tried already this eFTI waybill through our database. So computers we use in police vehicles are the usual tablets. We only need a vehicle registration numbers, and I can get all the data, the registration data and everything about the vehicle, including road taxes, and all the information needed. And this summer they tried the eFTI waybill view. So we're ready for that. We have all the data on the waybill already, only with one click. So thank you.
Thank you for this short but very informative insights of Estonian digital world. Now I'm really happy to ask here Heinz Albert Stamben from Eurocontrol Route. He's a director there, and he has over 20 years of experience in this field. And his favorite mode of transport is also on wheels, the car. And I heard you have a 32-year-old BMW that you drove here. Yes, a Mercedes, even better. So,
I agree.
So, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, I give you a short agenda for my short presentation. Around 10 minutes, I think, will be lasting. I give you a little bit more introduction of myself and the organization eFTI4EU, using the opportunity to make a little bit advertising for us. And then I will talk about my experience of digitalization of road traffic, from the passenger cars, from trucks and buses as well, and about licenses and permits, and the conclusion, what is from our perspective the most beneficial items for inspections. So just coming from me, you know, Heinz-Albert Stumpen, I used to be a police officer for more than 40 years in the police of North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. So a little bit more than half a year in the so-called gold level, which means strategic and conceptual work on everything. And for the last 20 years, I think, of my span of my career, I was the deputy head of the traffic police in the city of Münster. And it's around North Rhine-Westphalia, around near Cologne, Düsseldorf might be a little bit more known like this, and the motorway as well around Münster. And this is why I came into contact with truck traffic and professional traffic and professional transport of passengers and as well of freight or cargo. In the last 6 years, I used to be a lecturer in traffic psychology, traffic science at the German Police University, which is as well located in Münster. And currently, as you said, I'm the director of eFTI4EU. And what is eFTI4EU all about? The germ cell was in 1994 already, so 30 years ago. When the Benelux states came to the idea, let's have some kind of network for information exchange and things like that about professional traffic, trans-border professional traffic, and let's come together under the umbrella of the Benelux organization, which is located here in Brussels. And this European network was growing up to 50 to 20 member states during these 30 years. Sometimes some member states left, some member states came to us. This was still a Benelux organization, and then was a plan to change the legal identity, because this was a kind of, let's say, unknown legal identity of this grouping of this organization under the umbrella of Benelux. And this had some disadvantages, having, for instance, not the legal identity to apply for co-financing from the DG Move, especially. They had to be a new modern, more modern organization with a new legal identity. And this was found under as well a European, let's say, invention, which is the European grouping of territorial cooperation. This is what we are already now. Not since so much time. The inaugural meeting is not done yet. It will be in November this year, and we are located in the Netherlands. And the new headquarters is in Rijswijk. This is a small city in the near of The Hague. So this mission was accomplished with 7 founding member states. And for the moment, we are negotiating. One of my main tasks with the former members to come, let's say, to come back to eFTI4EU with its new legal identity. So far about this, you see, this is the founding members. There were many member states, former member states, who had some, let's say, legal or bureaucratic hurdles to be in the group of founding members. And this is what we are looking for. And you see there is some gray left. on the northeast, and as we are on the Finnish permanent representation here, probably we can make it. We probably will find another color in the next. So, okay. Yes, I already told you in November we have the inaugural meeting, and this is what we are aiming for. This is the safe, sustainable and fair road transport in Europe. And we do this. This is our vision and mission in cooperation between European road traffic inspectorates regarding knowledge, skills and innovations. So this is not more because, you know, since I am the director officially since April this year, and there were so many priorities, number one, and other priorities A, and number priorities alpha. So I cannot do everything at once. So we are walking through everything that must be done as a groundwork, especially, or for instance, our strategy, our general strategy. And this is what we are already convinced of. Our mission and our vision is already done. So this is what we are doing. What we do: bilateral, trilateral, multilateral exchanges within our founding members. We do some cross-border inspections, not only with the inspectorates, but always collaborating with the local police, with customs, sometimes with the European Labour Authority, and we are working on more seminars, webinars, workshops on driving and resting times of posting and cabotage. This is what we are planning for 2025. So this is the advertising moment has ended now. Now I come to the main point, what I wanted to tell you. So I would like to give you a short overview what I experienced within the last 20, 30, 40 years when I was a police officer. When I started, we did everything in an analog way, in a paper way. But during all these decades, let's say the digitalization was rapidly evolving. So to make this a little bit more understandable, you know that the size of the programming of a software is measured in so-called lines of codes. So how many lines of codes must be programmed to make this software run? And you see that the space shuttle had around 1 million lines of codes. And a modern high-end car, as well a BMW and as also a Mercedes, has 100 millions of lines of codes in the car, only the car, not at the manufacturer, only the car that everything runs smoothly. Not in my car. You told them that my car is 32 years old, but the modern Mercedes, the modern Volvo, all the manufacturers that are keeping track with the digitalization has this 100 lines of code. So this is, I think, a very good proof how passenger cars and how digitalization on passenger cars is evolving. Data is stored in the car. There are some steering units in the car, which is for inspections very interesting. Data is sent as well to the manufacturers, and data is sent as well to other organizations like navigation providers and car rental companies. And this has some consequences for the competent authorities from the perspective of inspections. So if you know there are some data to be captured for any investigation, you must be prepared to capture this data. So for police, 40 years police officer, this unit, the steering unit, you can see airbag on it. This is in every car, and if it comes to a collision, to an accident, there is data captured in this thing. And the consequence for the police is they must be prepared to collect or to capture this data from this device. And in Germany, and I think in other EU states as well, we have this. This is just the Bosch one. There are others, the so-called crash data retrieval. So digitalization in the car, must derive digitalization for inspectors. The data that is stored at the manufacturers and other organizations must probably as well be confiscated for investigations after heavy accidents. Who was the perpetrator? Who is responsible for this damage? Probably even more if there are injuries or more. So let's go to digitalization of the road transport. Trucks and buses have the same. They are also rolling computers, and they have, as everybody here in the room knows, so-called digital tachographs. And they have a digital driver card. So knowing that there is a digital tachograph and knowing that there is a digital driver card, the inspectors must be prepared and have their own devices to collect and capture this data for inspections, for investigations. So this is what we need. We have this so-called download keys for the driver cards and for the digital tachographs. And as you probably also know, the digital tachograph, the so-called smart tachographs, which are mandatory as of the mid next year, the so-called Generation 2, Version 2, they can be read out remotely. So the data can be read out remotely, which has the consequence that the inspectors as well must be prepared to do this. So this is one of the cars in Germany. They have this so-called DSRC antenna to read out this data and to find out if the car that is running by and driving by is everything okay or if it's not okay. And they can do the pre-selection. This is a very magic word for us as from a perspective of inspections. This is what you get. If they read and they capture the data remotely, you get a green button or a red button, which is pre-selection. So to be more efficient during the inspections, I think this, where is he? The colleague from Estonia probably can confirm this. They try to avoid, the officers try to avoid the so-called green inspections. Green inspections means everything is fine, everything is in line. But to check this is if everything is fine, it costs you as well 30, 45 minutes. And during this 30 or 45 minutes, probably 30 other trucks that were not in line with anything passed this road inspection spot and you missed it. So this helps a lot for inspections to do this pre-selection. And yes, you already think what could be the next sentence. As well, FT will help us to do this pre-selection a little bit better. Because if it's possible, what you said earlier, that we can check it with a number plate, and the cargo should be, let's say, plastic waste, but you see refrigerators or end-of-life vehicles, there should be something wrong. And this is one way to pre-select and to stop this car and to find out what is wrong with this car. Licenses and permits, this goes a little bit quicker. We have already some nations who issue digital permits on a national way, for instance, in Denmark. Then we have the ECMT licenses, which are digitized and digitalized as well as of 2026, and FT in 2027 at the latest. So conclusion is, firstly, the FT from my perspective is a logical step towards digitization because everything is rapidly digitalized in traffic and in transport as well. There might be a gap between the national perspective and the international issuing of digital permits and licenses like ECMT. And if you follow the logic of my presentation, something is digitalized and the inspections, the competent authorities who are responsible for inspections must stick to it. They must be prepared, and this is why I come to the 3P, which means proper preparation of everybody involved is mandatory. And I can add another 3P, which is this prevents poor performance. So thank you so much for listening and for your attention. And now, yes, later I'm one of the panelists and I'm looking for your questions. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. It's very interesting. Already in 1994, the cooperation started. Yeah. It's amazing. Now I'm happy to ask here Rudi Hermeles, who has many hats, but today he's here to talk about Flemish as a Flemish waterway administration and very valuable work they're doing there. And Rudi has more than 25 years of experience in this field, so very experienced, and I'm really happy to have you also at eFTI4EU project. And his favorite mode of transport is inland navigation. No surprise here.
Thank you very much. With today's hat, I'm replacing Jeff Bowes. Jeff has announced to be absent today, and so during the breakfast I got a challenge to make his presentation. A presentation whereby I'm also, of course, external advisor of the Flemish Waterway, and where Jeff Bowes is coordinating the eFTI subject within the CEF-funded consortium, which is called COMEX. And COMEX is a consortium of inland navigation authorities. So I have a lot of slides. I will have to select some of them, but there are three messages. The first message is that inland navigation has a European platform already that must be integrated with the eFTI platforms, which have a rather national starting point. So it's important to be integrated. The second message is one of two parts. It's a message whereby the administrations think, they are convinced that eFTI is important from the perspective of economic operators, but also from the perspective of authorities. So it's certainly a challenge. The third message is that we have to make sure that what we propose here as a group, that it remains simple, and it must not be more complex. The solutions that we propose should not be more complex than what we already have in place. So let me go through the selection of Jeff's presentation. With today's situation is that if we look at an inland vessel, so we are speaking about inland navigation, with cargo on board, it starts a route on inland navigation waterways from one country often to the other one. We see there is already a lot of data, information that is shared between the vessel operators, between the logistics parties and authorities. We have their ship information, dimensions for instance, we have route information, we have cargo information, but we still see that there are some differences between the members, between member states, and typically a barge, an inland navigation vessel, which only goes from Antwerp to Luxembourg, is just passing 4 member states, from one to the other one. So if you look at it, all this data today is essentially shared with authorities for efficiency, traffic management. In inland navigation, this is key important. For safety, safety means safety in case of dangerous goods, in case of non-dangerous goods, and for statistics. Yeah, also that third point is quite important. Yeah. So in inland navigation, there is an important directive. Like we have eFTI today, we already have inland navigation, we have a RIS directive. And in that RIS directive is explaining in detail which data needs to be reported in an electronic way. And if this data is reported in the context of the RIS directive in an electronic way, then there is a standard, the ERI standard. ERI stands for Electronic Reporting Information. So we do have standards in inland navigation. If you look at it, we stole a picture out of Ulrika's presentation. We also see that inland navigation is typically part of multimodal supply chains, whereby there are a whole number of documents and information data sets which are shared between the different parties and with authorities. So going forward, we see there that all the information, and that's of course where the opportunity is, it is coming from, they have the source in cargo documents. The cargo documents are used between the economic operators, and the same information is used to share data with authorities. So typically when a barge is leaving on a trip, on a voyage then called in inland navigation, the information is entered into a platform, which could be BIX, but there are other ones. And then we see that this data is shared with authorities. We have different regional specific applications. And this is one of the things that we do within the COMEX consortium project. We see what part of these applications can be used either as eFTI platform or eFTI gate or to store registry information. We also see that there is an opportunity in inland navigation, like we have in road transport, the CMR convention and the ECMR protocol. We also have a similar one in inland navigation, which is the CMNI Convention of Budapest. And this CMNI Convention is very, very similar to the CMR one, but it is not mandatory for the transport of goods by inland navigation. But it is an opportunity, and we expect that eFTI is going to boost a transition to also getting more and more the transport documents in line with the CMNI Convention. So let me go on. The findings today is that the skippers sometimes, they do not have, the skipper, so the one navigating the barge, they do not have access to all the necessary information and documents at the moment when they are loading their vessels. Sometimes there is time pressure at the ports, there are transshipment handlings. Sometimes it's not that all the documents are standardized for all types of transport. And we see that, of course, this results in administrative burden for the skipper. And of course, because we have no harmonization, we have no, that results in a lack of quality of the data presented by the skipper to the authorities. Let's go on, and eFTI comes in. First of saying that the whole sector today is thinking, exploring, trying to understand what is the impact of eFTI for inland navigation. But we start having some conversions to a number of answers. So the benefits for the skipper, they are there. Lower administrative burden and lower change of problems in disputes, in communication between themselves, but also with authorities. For the authorities themselves also, we see that there is, and this is now also being translated in very practical profiles and so, we see there the authorities, they are more and more going to have a clear definition of roles, because we have many authorities in inland navigation which are different in member states, yeah. But we see there also we are going more towards a role-based definition of what they can do, the law enforcement profiles that they can have in practice, which ones of the subsets of LIA they can use. Yeah? But that's what is happening also. We see there also that we are more and more going into better information which is shared with port community systems, with all the ones which are involved. So better quality of data is of course better service alone. So the points of attention is that we are looking at this moment, what is the investment in eFTI gates? Are we maybe going into the direction of an European eFTI gate for inland navigation? Maybe, maybe not. We are looking in scenarios which are possible. We are looking at the adoption of the existing operational systems. We certainly must avoid creating new systems that make the older ones obsolete, because inland navigation does have a good, very European platform. And then, of course, also we are looking into training of enforcement departments, of lock operators. And of course, we also see the number one priority is communication, to explain to everyone what is a gate, what is a platform, what is eFTI, what is a subset, what is a data set. It looks simple for us, but it's not so simple for the normal people, which are very often also, like in road transport, we have a lot of small family operations which are there. Yeah. So we are also then looking at the impact of the standards, like eFTI, yeah, but also other combined transport. What are the impact on the current risk guidelines? Because by definition, risk is not part of the scope of eFTI. So if eFTI becomes mandatory for economic operators, we are going to have better operational efficiency, we are going to have less complexity, and our operational cost will decrease. If we look at the strength of from the competent authorities, we see there that we are going to have an additional alignment between member states. We are going to have common platforms that provide risk information, but also use the same information for eFTI purposes, whereby we already have available, that's different with other modes of transport, in the EU risk portal, we already know exactly which vessel is at which location. We see there also what is the information about these vessels. We can also then use that information directly as a source for the eFTI gates, which is an initial thing where we have, with inland navigation, one step ahead. Yeah. So let me go to the open points. The question is also, of course, that we are, and that's done within the COMIX 2 project, but also within eFTI4EU. We have a focus on integrating multiple modes. Yeah? We look at what is the eFTI gate functionality that is specifically required for inland navigation. We have a specific requirement also that the data can be accessed of specific voyages, can be accessed by remote authorities cross-border. For instance, a port in Antwerp wants to know which dangerous goods are on the way to Antwerp. Yep. And we also then see what is the impact on the data standard. But there also, the message that I'm asked to tell you is that keep it simple. I see also that I get also a message to keep it short. So let's say that thanks for listening to this presentation.
Thank you, Rudy and Heinz and Thomas. And then I will ask you to maybe join me here and grab a microphone. We have 20 minutes before we have lunch, which is nice. And before I start with my question, I have maybe, as the time is short, maybe you at the audience already somebody want to address some questions. Yes, there are.
Thank you. Thank you for nice presentations, especially like the part about it being not so complicated in order for it to success. So I'm a representative for a haulage association in Denmark. And I think in order for this to become a success with the FT, is that it's something that makes it easier for the companies and not another administrative burden. What we see today, for instance, we already have the IMI certificate, which is an electronic document in order to prove posting. We had some of the latest cases. A driver stopped in Sweden, and he was supposed to present this document. He used an app solution, digital solution, but had problems with this. And for this, he was fined 5,000 euros. And this is one of the things that makes it complicated for the company. So I think it's very important for us to take it into consideration. This has to be something that makes it easier for the companies, especially also because we have a lot of the companies, it's small companies, and many of the drivers are not that young. So, yeah, keeping it as simple as possible is very important for us.
Thank you. Anybody wants to comment it?
I think it's when you understand how to use it, then it's easier, and it would not be a burden for the company, because I think you have pre-selected data when you do the same operations all the time, and you maybe just do 2 clicks and you have all the documents needed for that.
Thank you. More question?
Hi, Jacob Voorspui. Well, I spoke before, so I won't introduce myself again. I'm just also a little bit critical about just keeping it simple. We also need to keep it affordable, because your skippers, they don't have money to burn. So getting started is one of the key issues that I think Ulrika also mentioned before the break, is one of the key things that's going to be able to make or break whether or not the economic operator is willing to join. And if we make it mandatory, we may well be excluding a large proportion of the SMEs from participating and basically breaking their businesses. So I would like us very much to consider about the SMEs and to what extent they can or should be able to join into this.
Thank you, Jaco, for that comment. I think that I can only agree, and that's one of the reasons why the communication in the next coming 2-3 years is going to be tremendously important. Because if we look at, and some will probably share that this afternoon, if we look at the early implementations of, for instance, ECMR environment, or also in inland navigations, electronic reportings, then once you have simple to use applications which are often presented in a cloud environment, this afternoon I hope that Barry will explain a little bit more on that. In reality, there is a low entry cost for an economic operator to join this cloud platform and to use it in a day-to-day operation. So to make him jumping from paper to a digital format, our message must be simple. I think we have to explain, we have to put together use cases, we need to show that it already can be done. Because it's not like that we start from zero. We have many platforms already today that prove that you can use digital waybills to simplify the relationships between doing business between your company and your customers, consignors and consignees. But I fully agree, cost is a point, because logistics companies, we know that if business is going well, they have no time. And if business is going not well, they have no money. So we have to make sure that at the right moment, we have the right message, I think.
Yes, probably. Is this working? Yeah, probably from the view from inspectorates and for inspections. Following the logic of my presentation, if there is something new digitalized in traffic and road traffic, this is what I'm focusing on. The inspectorates must be prepared for this. So if there are new regulations, this costs personal training, as you said in your presentation, and money, as who was it? So I know this from my German police career that Germany is a federal state and police matters are federal matters, and there are some federal states who say, no, I do not have the money, I do not want to spend the money, and I ask myself, are we the competent authorities? Because we have a federal authority, which is Bundesamt, which is as well a partner in this FT program project. So they deny, they do not have this equipment. And this car I showed you in my presentation, the price has 6 digits. So it's more than 200,000 euros, such a car. And yes, the ministries not always are able, probably, but willing. This is the fact. The willingness is not that spread and that common to invest for such inspections. So it's not only a question for the drivers or for the vessel or for the organizations, but as well from the perspective of the inspectorates.
Maybe I can add from the governmental perspective that we have noticed it in Estonia also, that companies, before they don't see the benefits of digitalizations, they don't make these investments. And we have now 6 FT platforms already. It's not, of course, certified yet, but it's compliant of the rules that we are existing now for FT. We have 6 FT platforms in Estonia, and now we gave also European funds for developing them. And now we have a second round of call. We allocated 5 million euros for SMEs and companies to go digital, and the rate for the aid is also 80% or something. But even with that, the interest is not very high. So there needs to be a lot of communication, explanation before we can push them. And I think in first hand, probably the companies who are more advanced and maybe adventurous even will go, and then the later stages others will follow. But yes, it is very well put, and it's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Marc Billet, International Road Transport Union. Now, we know road transport enforcement is a very complex thing, okay? And we know that there are already today integrated enforcement exercises whereby there is close cooperation between authorities from different countries. And when we see those integrated enforcement exercises, we see the differences in equipment, in hardware and in software. And we see that some of the software can do more than other software. So how can we get some guarantees that in fact all the equipment will be able to read everything and will indeed avoid potential need for large packs of paper backups because the equipment cannot read the actual data being provided by the eFTI platforms?
I'm going to answer from the perspective of eFTI4EU and steal some of the comments of Timo. Within eFTI4EU, we think that the interfaces and the data model governing how data is shared between one member state and the other member state, we need to make sure that we carve that in stone in such a way that we have an European-wide implementation of eFTI, that when a German control authority is inspecting a Spanish truck, or when a German inland navigation authority is inspecting a Belgian vessel, that information is harmonized and that the interfaces are harmonized. Everyone will continue to have his national system, but harmonization of the interfaces and the data model in a very simple way, I'm going to add that also, in a very simple way, is a key success factor that we should try to follow, because we should not aim in 1, 2, 3 that every country will have the same system. But on the other hand, we should focus on as much as possible having one European eFTI environment and not 27 member states eFTI environment which are interconnected between each other. From a perspective there on this, the other side specific for inland navigation, we do already have an European platform for traffic management, for safety. Also there we want to make sure that what we already have, that it can be integrated with the national platforms and with other modes of transport, sometimes indirectly through port community systems to port systems. So harmonization is a key word. I also remember that when we started eFTI, there were two big priorities because the company said, and also the authority said, we are only going to start if we have a European-wide regulation, this is eFTI, and if we have an European-wide data sharing environment. This is what we also need to develop in the next coming months. But maybe from a road perspective, you can certainly add maybe a point.
No, not new items. I emphasize harmonization is key on this, and it's not only the European regulations like all the regulations under Mobility Package 1. You are surely aware of this, but the problem is that all these regulations sometimes they have some space for, let's say, interpretation. And this makes it quite different to do it the same, to roll out all these regulations in let's say in Spain, as you mentioned, the same way like in Finland. And this is this is quite challenging to have this harmonization, that we have the same level of inspections on the road in the south of Spain and in the north of Finland. So. And this is, I think, a sustainable challenge.
I agree that the harmonization needs to be done, but on the other hand, if you don't have an equipment, you don't have the knowledge, you won't check this, and the company wins from that. So.
Yes, I wanted to ask, Thomas, you have quite an experience of authorities' access points. You're using it every day at your work. What kind of data are you gathering there or inspecting in on your daily life in your authority access point? And has there been any problems using this?
You think the usual check,
yes.
What data I can get? Yeah. I can get the data from the taxing of the vehicle, driving license, registration, permits, company licenses, a lot of stuff. Because in Estonia we call it X road, and so every database we need, it could be put in our database. So they through this X road, and
So you gather information from the registries then?
it gathers through the registries to the national registries, but not all of them are national registries. Some of them, like I can access. I think they all are national from different authorities. Just.
Okay, but you're not scanning anything. You go from your tablet, so to say, and put the.
Yeah, it's through the tablet, but it is possible to scan the registration plate number also, and to get the same information.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Yes, one more.
Anton de Smet, independent consultant, but before I was retired, I was working for Knauf Building Constructions. So what I have seen in the presentation of Rudy is a little bit about multimodal transport. So my question is, we as Knauf, we are producing in Belgium palletized goods, which are then loaded on a truck, 50 trucks. We let them go up 5 kilometers further on onto the quay to be loaded into a barge. They go further on the barge. They arrive in Holland. They go back on a truck, and then they are delivered to a customer. How do you go then? How do you proceed with the documents at that moment? CMR is leaving, CMR is arriving, but in between you still have this barge. Is there one single document that will be possible for the barge eventually, or how are you dealing with that in FT?
I love this question.
Thank you.
This is a very essential question. Thanks for asking, because all modes of transport are asking that question. How are we going to deal with multimodal transports, which are using different modes, one behind the other, and whereby typically on a barge you can have 20 or 40 containers or whatever, and then 20 or 40 deliverables of these containers to the final destination. We will see, and we think, first of all, is that the eFTI regulation, this is my view on this, or everything is still being discussed. We also have to be careful on that. The eFTI is about digital waybills. And if you look at digital waybills, if we have 20 trucks and one barge operator, in most of the cases, we have 22 waybills. Oh, Rudy, what are you saying? We have for each truck operation a CMR for a delivery node. We have for the barge operation a waybill for the barge operation with the 20 containers from port A to port B. And in most of the cases, we have a shipment or we have a forwarder document going from A to B to C for the 20 containers. So 20 plus 1 is 22. We expect that this is going to happen, that we are going, it will take some time, but in air cargo it is already like that for a long time. We expect that this is going to happen, that the information exchange between the waybills, between the different eFTI platforms, between the eFTI datasets is going to be harmonized, standardized, and then implemented in practice, especially for those who are going to be in combined transport or in dangerous goods transport, because there we always use the same information. So my answer is 22. Yep.
For the moment. Just because I have one little bit because I'm talking about palletized goods. So you have on your truck, you have 33 pallets that are going in the ship. So that's not one truck that's going or one container that's going, it's 33 pallets. 50 times 33 pallets. And what is one of my biggest problems there is then the risks. Risk of damage, risk of loss. How can you prove that at what point there was a damage, there was a loss? Who will be responsible for that? And that always goes together with the documents.
Many thanks for this other favorite question. A waybill the way I see it, attention, sometimes I'm biased by some sectors, yeah, but the way bill and also how it is implemented by ECMR providers, in essence, is registering two events. A waybill is used between the consignor and the carrier to trace the goods and the documents which are handed over from one party to the other party. And the same waybill is used at the end of the voyage to trace the handover again from the carrier to the consignee. This is the essence of a waybill at this moment, whether it is a forwarder or ECMR or an airway bill or so. eFTI is standardizing that, how to share information with authorities. We expect that the eFTI platforms are going to standardize how to share information between the parties. I think this is probably the outcome from there. But the waybill itself, by design, by also protocol, is tracing the handover of the goods from one party to the other party with the big advantage and also must have that you can use that trace in case of litigations. I think that Mark will help me on this answer.
We had, okay. Just last question because we ran out of time. Okay.
Well, it's not a question. I think I need to put in another perspective on the matter. When you look at something like CMR, and I'm very careful because CMR is only a consignment note. Okay. Now, when a carrier accepts goods from a consignor, the carrier becomes responsible for those goods. Okay. And then there is a data set or a piece of paper that accompanies. But behind that data set or that piece of paper is also a liability system and insurers making sure that there is coverage. So when something goes wrong with the goods during the carriage, that damage or loss can be covered. So in fact, when the haulier hands over to the barge operator becomes responsible for the goods. Then when the barge operator on the other side hands over to the other haulier, the haulier regains responsibility for the goods. It is always very important to look at the status of the goods, because if there is damage, then there's going to be serious discussions between the different parties on who's responsible. And then, of course, the different liability regimes which gather behind those documents become very important.
Thank you. Thank you. I know that there are more questions, but maybe you can ask those in the lunch. And please applause to our panelists. Thank you. And before we go to lunch, we have a favor for you, everybody, to go outside. We will make a group photo. And then we will have a lunch which is served there. And we will be back in about an hour, a little bit less than an hour, 15 minutes before 3. Thank you. Thanks. Mõtlesin, et paneks 2 korda. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, I'm not. Okay, hello, we are back. I hope you had a great lunch, and I'm sure that you will not be sleepy because we are going ahead with the same speed. Please take the seats. Hello. Lasse, can you ask people to join us? It's always very difficult to start the second half of the workshop after the very, very good lunch that has been served. But I'm going to now ask my good colleague Heidi Mering, who is a founder of Digital Logistics Center of Excellence. And he has also many, many hats, but today he's a moderator of a very, very exciting panel that we are going to have, how the FT gives the benefits for economic operators. So here, floor is yours, Heidi.
Hello, and thank you, Eva. Yeah, I believe this after lunch, it's exciting topic for discussion. It's private side or private companies' interest in regarding FT. And if you are comparing that, what is the private companies? So if we are looking at the economics, then the logistics is like a blood. So those carriers in the market will feel the first, is it economic growing or dropping? So I have first to introduce Toni Penttinen from Ahola Transport, head of IT. And he's more than almost 30 years experience in IT and development. And Ahola Transport from Finland is one of the leaders, I would say, in the digitalization. They have very interesting customers who demand actually this digitalization, so they have to do it anyway. But please, Pentti, you can continue, and floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much for having me here today. Let's get started then. First slide about who we are. We belong to Ahola concern. We are in the middle of Ahola Digital. So digital is liaison between transport and special. So we do all the digitalization environments, what we are doing. And then today you will see a glimpse of that, a small glimpse which is related to FT stuff. But we are privately owned and one of the largest. Approx 550 trucks plus about 100 trucks up to top of that. So more than 650 what is we have at this moment on the road every day. So that's about this, but let's go. Let's go about the deck itself. Few slides. I start with this kind of big topic about logistics 4.0 and 5.0. And then there's big things which are related to the resiliency and the humanity. And then these are related to the FT as well. And how to actually logistic flows and go. So I will have a few slides about that, and then I go last slide about what actually benefits we see about FT. But first about human centricity. It's about processes and empowerment. If you have FT, actually you can lower the barriers and faster the flows with the drivers in many ways. And also back office. There's skill development what is needed for it, but our digitalization is already part of it. So it's not a big thing. And of course, customer centricity. That's important. Because everything what we are doing, actually it needs to have customer. And then when we have FT documents, and then we can actually have the real-time data sharing with them. As well, when we are loading, unloading, all of these things is immediately available to customers as well. What comes to the resiliency, there was mentioned already about Artemis, about that, about adapting disruptions. And then that's one of the things. FT can actually help out it. And then with easier RAM information, we know exactly where it is. What has happened? It's a real-time information. We also use it for data-driven decision making. We have it actually part of that when we know exactly what has been happened, how to actually has been loaded, what has been unloaded. It's actually part of the data-driven decision making. And it's also part of the automation continuity. So we can actually do many things around it. It's not, and also sustainability is an important part of that. From sustainability point of view, we're actually paper-free. When we start to use the ECRMs, we don't need to print those papers anymore. And then at this moment, you will see one of the things about that later on in the presentation. And also minimizing risk of destruction and loss stuff. But one more slide about greener solutions, and an eFTI is one part of that. It's how to actually you minimize and maximize revenue. You minimize losses. There's empty driving. There's one document and one mention about 30% of the European. We have 12% is what we have been calculating. So we are less than 15, which is mentioned in one of the slides. So we have maximizing utilization rate. We maximize that with filling decrease and these kind of things. And when we have the eFTI documents, we can actually maximize. We continue to sell the load. If it's less than load, we continue to sell it. If there's, for example, 10 balance, what we should be actually picking up. If it becomes 9, we have space, but we are selling continuously. That information flow which goes to the back office, we have that real time. Of course, eco driving and these kind of things. Let's go big picture. And this, beyond of this, there is a lot of stuff and a lot of applications. This gives a little bit about glimpse of it. So eFTI is outer ring in the enterprise integration engine side. So this is outside where we have customs, we have direct connection to customs, we have connections from many wells, and also vehicle IoTs. We actually have all the vehicles have computer, task management system, everything is digitalized, except the paper at this moment, what they need to carry. But as soon as we have the eFTI, so they don't need to carry any more papers. Booking services, back-end transport management systems, customer portals, everything gets updated. There's real-time stuff. It's not about somebody's entering there manually. It's a real-time stuff through the APIs. Applications are talking to each other. So that's where we actually use the eFTI as well in future. It's a data sharing. It's a real-time data sharing. A little bit about advantages. This is just few glimpses what eFTI actually brings to us. And this is just 12 points, but beyond of that, when you image it on your own operation, you can actually look and find much more. But this is what we see. So minimize risk of destruction and loss. Paper is fragile. It can be wet. It can be broken up. It can actually miss. You can miss it. So everything these we are actually getting, when it's get digitized in the back end, it's already there. It's packed up automatically. It's there. There's revision controls in the place. There's no need to manual entering stuff. Everything gets all the time, real time. And a digital revision control is quite important. When drivers actually mark in there as a document manually, that the information comes back to the back office a few days later. Of course, there is chats and these kind of things, but it comes to the other processes as well, invoicing processes, other processes, which might not be in the loops. We have like 2 million documents, what we need to save on this kind of annually. So that's quite a big pile of papers. We scan those documents in synchronized place. We document those, and those goes to SharePoint, or in our case, but it gets digitalized. But a digitalized format of the document is OCR document still. It's not searchable. It's not metadata. So what we are getting now with eFTI is the metadata. We actually can introduce AI parts of that. We will utilize more and more AI. There is also processes what reach the driver's side. They don't need to care about papers anymore. It's actually less workload for them. It's much easier to handle with the task management what they already do. You see the risk there. No more paper chasing. No more caring about those. There's automated processes as well, scalability, and also improved customer service, because they already see that what has been delivered in customer portal, it's a real-time continuously. With the papers, there's a little bit delays with certain things. And also what it brings to us is that when it's unloaded, we can actually invoice it already. Not to wait about 1 week. We can invoice it. So money return is faster. So that's economic part of it. And then when you scan the documents, actually there is persons who are actually scanning the documents as part of their job. It's their job to scan the documents weekly basis. And then they are spending a lot of time for it. So individual paper actually much higher cost than actual digital version. About one more glimpse of how it actually looks like. We have digital version in certain ways, because we cannot do it, of course, at this moment outside of domestic, so domestic side. But it's about the migration between paper and digital. So you actually use the QR code as well. With QR codes, you can actually interrupt and modify the documents. But you need to have paper anyway at this moment, printed. But that's a transition period. But when we can actually go to fully digital, we go. That was my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I love that you are talking about eFTI, not CMR. What is the difference? Because eFTI is electronic data set, but CMR is still the document. We will have questions later. And next panelist is Marc Billiet from ERU. He has more than 30 years experience in the transport sector and of course in the road side. So floor is yours, and then please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a bit of a challenge to try and keep everybody motivated just after a beautiful lunch, okay? Because digestion is definitely playing a role. So I will tell you a little bit what we think about eFTI on the operator side, the road transport operator side. But just one word about IRU to start off with. We are the global road transport organization. We represent the employers in road transport. And worldwide, we represent 3.5 million companies. In the European Union, we represent about 1 million companies. Next slide, please. Before I actually dig in to advantages and potential risks, there are some points that I would like to throw into the room for you to consider. Now, first of all, at IRU, we think very positively about eFTI, and it is a key milestone in the possibility to prove compliance electronically with EU legislation, freight-related. We have to bear in mind that 85% of the road goods transport companies in the EU are small and medium-sized enterprises. We also must consider that subcontracting is a very frequently used exercise. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we may have to work with trend setting, and we may have to look towards the bigger players in freight transport in logistics to actually show the way. And we're not only talking here about the operators, but we're also looking towards the consignors, the consignees, and also the organizers. Because we cannot underestimate the role of the organizers in transport and logistics. We also must consider that eFTI ought to become a facilitator, because some of the penalties, and it was already said earlier this morning, some of the penalties of not being able to show certain things are extremely expensive in the European Union. And we're not talking about a few tens of euros, not a few hundreds of euros, but more like several thousands of euros, okay? Now, we also ought to consider that, yeah, eFTI, good, very good, but some member states are still not in a position to enable eCMR. And eCMR is a bit on the road towards eFTI. Let's be honest about it, okay? And then, last but not least, something to consider is we have clear dates. But the key question is, will the member states in the end stick to the dates? Next slide, please. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, it can simplify the life of a road transport operator. If indeed the eFTI and what is behind it matches and can even become better than what currently today exists in the paper world. And that is not straightforward. And I already just before lunch mentioned some of the aspects of CMR and the liability behind it. I'm not going to go back into that, okay? But it's an important factor. It should also, okay, think about the small ones. So we need a simple system. We need easy accessible, and we need a single window. So it's a question of when you actually complete an eCMR, that you do not need to push 20 other buttons in order to make sure that it lands on an eFTI platform. You see what I mean? Because the data of the eCMR will actually land on the eFTI platform to actually prove compliance. So then we need to make sure that it links up easily with existing systems. B2B, eCMR providers, for example. How easy can they become eFTI providers? And then also with the B2G systems. And we heard some of the systems already existing in enforcement, the IMI, TACONET, and so on and so on. We need an easy link. Extremely important, protection of staff and company data. We cannot have an eFTI as being happy hour to free access for data. That will be very difficult to digest for companies. And as already said, time saving important, costs are reduced, and we would also like to use it for more than we can actually use it today. Next slide, please. Yeah, it can simplify, but it can also complicate. And it's easy. It can complicate if what I said on the previous slide is not met. Of course, where there's also a danger, and we already had long discussions about it, is the matching of eFTI with the basic legal acts, such as access to the road haulage market, ADR, waste transports, and so on and so on. There's also a risk of unequal implementation by the member states. And that is, so the chain is in fact as strong as its weakest link. Okay, so we have to make sure that the weak link is very strong. Then, and it was already mentioned this morning, system accessibility. We have company checks and we have roadside checks. Now, roadside checks is time. Now, if we lose time because the system's down, or there is no network or no Wi-Fi, then we have a problem. And then, of course, it was also mentioned, if we need a pack of paper as a backup in the truck because the system might not work, then, yeah, why are we going electronic? Why are we going digital? Okay? So, next slide, please. Possibilities of using eFTI. Today, the scope is quite limited, but that doesn't mean anything. It's a door opener. So, we need to put the foot in the door, we need to crack open the door, and we need to go beyond. Okay? Now, road transport enforcement is also very complex. Okay? It covers many different aspects, and also each and every aspect has its digital framework. We have to make sure that everything is interconnected, because if an enforcement authority needs to check 5 or 6 different databases, it's not going to work. Okay? Then we also need to make sure, as I already said, it needs to build as much as possible on existing systems. And also, transport and logistics does not end at EU borders. What happens with third countries? How easily will third country operators also be able to benefit from the eFTI system? Last slide, please. Next slide. So, potential risks is usability by operators and inspectors, because it's on both sides. If one of the sides can't use it, it's not going to work. We have currently a very high degree of complexity of the framework, and that is versus a limited use. So if we can break open the use options, we might make it more attractive. Then we have, of course, the deployment costs for the operators and the member states, but that is not something that should keep us away from implementing eFTI. It has to be addressed. Simple as that. Accessibility, from the inspector side as well as from the economic operators. It needs to be easily done. And then interoperability, ladies and gentlemen. All the systems need to be able to talk with one another, and then it will work. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think that was my very last slide. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I believe you pointed out very important risks and targets that we have. But I have still one question for you, as you are leading the whole road haulage market. We have those bilateral agreements with third countries as well. Very shortly, please. What do you think? Can we utilize eFTI in that sense as well to cooperating with those neighbor countries?
I would say that is in the field of domains to explore. Because momentarily, eFTI does not cover the controls of the community license and true certified copies of the community license. Once eFTI is opened up for that, it will be easy also to open up eFTI for bilateral transit and other authorizations, as it would also be, as Heinz Albert said, also for the ECMT licenses. So that is, let's say, a next step to explore.
Thank you. And please, we will have questions after all presentations. Next panelist will be Frédéric Laporte from IN Group from France. They are also one of the leadership in the FT Gateway development. Frédéric has almost 7 years experience in this field, and please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I like your metaphor about being a door opener. So la porte means the door, you know English. So let's move forward with what I want to share with you guys. So in a nutshell, IN Group, I'm not going to reintroduce who we are. You heard about that this morning, but in a nutshell, we do provide, I would say, systems in order to bring trust in different kind of ecosystems. And my reading, I would say, of the eFTI starts with this picture. In a nutshell, the thing is that there are definitely business solutions all over the place. There are business solutions that are enabling the digitization and the digitalization, that's different, of the transport and the logistic ecosystem. The thing is that as we look at a business system that exists today, which can be an ERP, an ECMR, a transport management system, and so on, it manages structured data, right? And this is where the data is living, is updated, is managed, definitely. As soon as we get into an extraction, we can get into those first two layers. The first one on the top right is print, and it's an analog paper. Right? It's a piece of paper with the wet signature. That's the one we know. And as you mentioned, by the way, Mark, it has to be, it is recognized today from a legal standpoint, and what we do has to be recognized at the same level. Otherwise, at the end of the day, it's not going to fly. The second option, which I hear more and more, is like, yeah, we definitely are digital because we issue PDF files. Right. Well, that's what I call digital paper, right? The past COVID I had in 2019 and 20 and 21 is a digital paper. It can be brought in paper, it can be brought as a file, can be displayed on a mobile application, but that's a digital paper, nothing beyond that. What we are talking about is actually the data. The structured data, and the structured data that still actually lies into the business solution. So what's an eFTI platform? It's nothing more for me than a business solution that passes the certification that we still have to finalize, by the way, and becomes an eFTI platform. It's a business solution, period. So as this starts playing what is that made for me, again, that's my personal, I would say, way of seeing that, is that the eFTI is a tick in the box in the first place. It's we are, as a business solution, an eFTI platform. Therefore, the data set can be controlled by competent authorities. And the way to make that happen is that we have those competent authorities going through an eFTI gate, such as the one we develop, as well as our friends in Finland, Germany, Estonia, and other countries. And this is accessing the data. Okay? But beyond that, the real interest from a business standpoint is that if you keep the example that would actually suit Rudy. Where are you in the room? There you are. We have this cooperative that is operated from a port standpoint by Aropa and works with the Voies Navigables de France in order to get the barges down to the brewer that use the road transport. And we have this subcontracting challenge that Mark was raising again of Geodis actually employing some folks in the loading area that they don't know because they got them from a third party that provides those loaders. And Geodis doesn't have enough of trucks, so they rely on Jackie Perreno. And Jackie Perreno, when they're short on trucks or drivers, they rely on Groupe Vallée and so on. Okay, so at the end of the day, we have this kind of a representation with the distributor that eventually brings things to the final customer. What we're talking about is every single piece of those transports can be managed using either a single platform or a combination of platforms for inland navigation, road transport, urban transport. And the interest actually in eFTI is that it is paving the way. It is a door opener. Mark, thank you for that. It is a mean by which we can start working seriously on making sure data exchange can happen across those different platforms. That's the business value. Okay, eFTI is all about if I provide a solution as an eFTI platform, and if the control cannot be managed by the competent authorities, then my customers are going to keep paper in the truck. That's not where we want to be. So tick in the box, this is deploying, this is happening, but the first real value is this one, making sure the data can go you know, between the different platforms, the exchange can take place. And when the exchange can take place, there will be a need for something else, which probably we'll discuss in the next conference for eFTI, which is all the authentication, the security, the trust in the different data that are exchanged. Here, I see a second layer, and that will be the end of my presentation. The second layer is beyond those existing business platforms that actually requires data exchange. The next one is those three fields. The first one on the bottom left is trade finance. Trade finance is actually consuming transport and logistics. They finance the export of goods, right? And I recently hear from some of them, they had a dream, you know, like this black guy in the US. I had a dream, it's like eFTI is going to give me access to the data I need so that I know the consignee received the cargo and now I can pay for the export. No, sir, that's not what eFTI is made for. That's not the role of eFTI. It's the role of the business solutions to make that happen and to give you access to the data you need so that you can actually rely on that data. Whether it's about something's wrong, I heard that this morning, and I need to know where actually the dead on arrival took place, or it's actually at destination with the consignee, and now we need to move the payment. Just from the International Chamber of Commerce, there's some documents. If you need the URL, email me, frederic.laporte@ingroup.com. I'll give you the access to that document, which is from, again, the International Chamber of Commerce. A trans-border transaction is an average of 16 documents, 240 copies, okay? And the average payment is 5 weeks. So if we have those platforms that can actually exchange data, then we can bring that down to 5 days or 5 minutes, right? So that's where we're interested. The second one in the middle is actually decarbonation. Scope 3 reporting does require data, and those data are embedded in trucks, in different systems, in business solutions, and so on. Today, it's a pity, it's a nightmare to collect those data, right? So it's a lot of, wind verification, if you see what I mean. It's a lot of work. It's moving forward, and that's already an obligation for the different companies to actually report for the Scope 3. So for the Scope 3, we also need data exchange at the end of the day. And last but not least, should you, like my Finnish friend, wish to actually integrate artificial intelligence, without data, there's no AI. You can't do anything if you don't have data, right? So let's make sure that the exchange of data is possible, and that's the overall value which is actually made possible thanks to the door opener by the eFTI. It's actually paving the way for data exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederic. And maybe there is still possibility to use EI when you are putting the robot carrying the papers from one place to another, but this is not the purpose of this. So, last but not least, we have one more panelist, Barry van Looyen from Pionera. They're probably the European largest ECMR service provider at the moment, and they have pretty much experience in this field. And you have been in this more than 50 years, I think. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us together with Stefan. It's very difficult to be the last and bring, after all those presentations, some new information. But I tried to do my best. We started more than 10 years ago, together with Stefan, as a very small company, as in maybe the first ECMR provider, software as a service and an online platform. And very fast we have seen that there were some problems and that there were opportunities using digital documents in logistics. So we're growing as an ECMR provider to an e-document provider. And we call from DGCMR, we go to e-Wastra, and it's eliminating waste and transport. So not only ECMRs of documents, but all kind of things. And the idea of Pioneera was, from the first step, is being provider and generating solution for digitally signing all kind of documents, but not in the idea that we go to market directly. We were, from the beginning, searching for partners, TMS providers, YMS providers, all kind of stakeholders in logistics who already have connections in transport, because it's too difficult. The one is knocking at the door at the other, providing some solutions, and if we can just be an eCMR, an e-document provider on existing systems, then we thought we have a whole. We have some systems that can be maintaining for the future. So we don't have to create TMS systems, go to market looking for board computers and everything else, because it's too difficult. It's not our business. Our business is to create electronic documents and make that digitally signed. That's important. And that's today the business we do already. We started, and as soon we have San and Jouko mentioned it today, be it affordable for small companies. Other people say today, what's the price? Can everybody use? Because even we are 2024, not every company in logistics has an IT environment. A lot of them, they use manual system, planning boards, papers, whatever it is. It's too difficult. It's an enormous hurdle to take, going from that step to that step. It's for very small companies. And Mark mentioned it, 85% of the transport companies are very small companies. Take care of that. And this where we started with a platform. We mentioned and we try in the market that everybody has internet. And if you can go to a platform and make your e-documents with a simple app, that's the first step. But even the app becomes a little bit a difficulty, because we are having competitors in the market. And if that's going to be a problem as well, because the first has Pioneera, the other has Transfollow, the other has Cargo Ledger, then the driver needs to have the different apps. Another hurdle again. So that was a problem that we have to take into account. Templates for continually the same transport, and most of all, integrated solutions. And integrated solutions is by using an API call on existing systems. The one I say, the integration with the partners who has already have contact and proven their solutions inside the transport companies. Then all kinds of electronic documents, even you can add additional documents. Together with the partners and the possibilities, new hurdles. The things we have in count for eFTI, and eFTI can be the leverage for us and all my colleagues in the market of providers of e-documents, if we can work together, that eFTI can brings open doors, I will use the door again, for all of us, and helps companies, because the only thing we hear in the market more than 10 years is, yeah, but we wait. What kind of provider we have to choose? Are you ready? eFTI, other IDs in the market, it's for a transport company and logistics providers very difficult in the market. Which will be sustainable for the future? What will be happen if? Connection between. That's all things we have in market where we have to take care of it. And they're scared. Digitalization, even if we use digital things all around in private, we share data, we use WhatsApp, FaceTime, whatever it is, even bank applications, in logistics is not common sense. We have to help them. And that's a very important, I have 3 words for that, it's sensibilization. We're not selling anything, we have to help them. We have to take them hurdles to what happens in logistics, what is helpful. The most are scared that they are losing their jobs, because digitalization, if you read papers and you see around, they fire people. What happens if digitalization takes account in our organization? What happens? And they protect their business, and therefore, if you see a lot of European countries, Belgium not, that ratify the electronic consignment note, even the countries who signed up for the ratification, there is a maximum of 6% of usage of an electronic use of CMR. And I think eFTI is very important for us, that they can help not only for the eCMR, but the only thing we hear is, what if, and excuses. We will use the electronic consignment note or the ECMR if we can use the other documents. Because in transport, it's not only the ECMR or the CMR. It's a POD, it's a T1, it's all kind of documents. And they use it as an excuse for not using it. So we hope, and we have a positive vibe about it, that eFTI will help us to create leverage in the market. Secondly, other things is help them, communication. And Mark told us, and that was the only one today, interoperability is very important. We have competitors, and I told, a driver needs to install different apps. Let us work together. Only collaboration with partners, with stakeholders, with logistics, with competitors, and even government can help us to work for the digitalization in logistics. Because, I not use the word very most times, but it's a very old-fashioned company sometimes, and we have to help them step by step. Yeah. So it enables the interoperability, changing. Those are the things we have to do in the future, and we have a positive vibe about eFTI. Thank you very much.
I have one question to you as well. What do you think, when we are looking at this market at the moment, there are like thousands of business applications in the market, but only so few are focusing into the digital consignment notes. What do you think, what is the reason? Why IT companies doesn't want to go to the like consignment level and digitalize this part?
You need to be a little bit crazy to do things in logistics.
Maybe, is it too complicated?
Not too complicated.
For IT?
I don't think it's too complicated, but it's not clear enough today. If we started 10 years ago, we thought, okay, everybody was positive. But what do you have on players in the market and companies who say, oh, we're positive if nobody uses it? So I think there was a lot of things need to be enabled to use an electronic consignment note, and not only the CMR, but all kind of things. And Europe needs to be done something. And I think the most important thing, the most important thing, I forgot to mention it, is what you see in the Flemish part of Belgium. We split up in 3 regions, but doesn't mind. The Flemish part makes it for waste mandatory. And what happens? We have 94% of the waste industry. And this is something we have encountered as well as eFTI, together with the EU, to make it mandatory. That's the only leverage. If we not make it mandatory use euros, I think a lot of people will still use the local currency as well.
So maybe FT has been started in wrong way. It should be mandatory for the private sector, not in the government.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. So you can... Now I would invite all panelists to sit here, and you can have questions.
Hello, good afternoon. So my name is Jayant, and I'm from Corte. Corte is an entity that is representing different national enforcement authorities across the EU. And I don't have a question, but I would just like to express our support from the enforcement authorities side as well to what Mark stated in his slides, where he said that it is important that the eFTI platform and framework encompasses all the other platforms and databases that are out there and are currently being used by the enforcement authorities as well, such as the ERU, the TACOnet, RESPER. There is the ProDriveNet as well that is now there. I think it's really important for the enforcers on the road, if they want to be efficient in their checks, that they don't have to shuffle through different platforms. And it's easier for them to get the access to the data that they need, and to keep the metaphor of the door alive through a single door. And this is, I think, going to be useful then for compliance as well as enforcement. So I just wanted to express this from the enforcement community's perspective as well. Thank you.
So the question was to you, I guess.
Oh, well, I did not really understand it as a question, more like a confirmation of what I said about the, let's say, the interlinking of the systems. And I fully agree. Yeah, it's a system that has to work on two sides. It has to work for the transport operators, but it also has to work for the enforcement authorities. Otherwise, if it doesn't work on one side, it will not work.
So we are building network,
yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So there are no winners or losers, but we have to make it happen.
Just a remark also on making it obligatory. If you want to make something obligatory, it needs to be goddamn extremely good, because otherwise you will spend your time solving problems. So it's better to start voluntary and then build.
Thank you. Next question.
This is more of a support for what Mark was saying. Although I would use the swear words is a different matter. I would probably in private, but not in public. But the key thing here is that any network will start to develop its value, or most of its value, when it has a certain level of adoption. But in order to get there, you cannot enforce this to be adopted when nobody really knows what this thing will bring. There will be so much backlash and pushback from the industry. You cannot, sorry, in my view, I will be, let's say, politically correct. In my view, it can make sense to make it mandatory, whatever the pronunciation is, once you have somewhat of a critical mass already. Because then it also makes business sense to the laggards in the adoption cycle. Just one more comment. There's this old saying, and it's really decades old, so maybe not everybody knows it. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. The culture in our industry is not around innovation. So maybe at some point we really need the regulation to change the culture.
Thank you. So I think it was like a comment for the...
Like I said, I started with supporting Mark.
Okay, would you like to add some comments to that?
Let's say the culture in transport and logistics has an as wide variety as the culture in the different member states of the European Union and its regions. So it's extremely, extremely wide.
Thank you. I have here, next question.
Thank you. First, I wanted to share something with you. So the Empire State Building, I don't know if you know in how many years it has been built, but I'll try. So who thinks that it was built in 10 years? You can raise your hand. Okay, 20? The Empire State Building was built in 1 year. And I have the same hope for eFTI regulation and anything else that come on the way. So I just wanted to reinforce the message of how we support it. But I do have a very practical question because as economic operations, I personally have my own targets on revenue and excellence and customer satisfaction. And I'm wondering if you also, Barry, have a customer that says today, I want to buy your ECMR solution. And I have transports between Poland and Germany. Both have ratified the EU protocol. But for the next 1.5 years, do they need to print the document or not while they use your solution or mine?
Us. In my opinion, they don't have to print any document because they ratified the electronic consignment note.
I actually agree with you. We have discussed, I think, this before. But I just wanted to highlight it because, as I said also in my presentation, we are changing the engine mid-flight, right? And our customers need to have some safety on what they need to do in the meantime. So I think it's important to be on the same page on what we advise them.
I want to add something. In the Benelux, we have a permit. You need a permit to create an electronic consignment note from the Benelux Convention. And there it's not allowed to use an electronic one together with a paper one because you use unique numbers on the right upper corner. So if you have a road check around the road, then they cannot know which one you use. And those are different numbers you use. If you use paper, you have a unique number range. If you use electronic one, you have a unique number range as well. And this is how they do the checks around the road right now in the Benelux.
And this applies to Belgium only, that hasn't ratified?
Benelux.
So if we
It doesn't mind. There is something right now, a test case, let's call it a test case inside the Benelux. And there they make some information sessions specific by using an electronic consignment note, ECMR, within the Benelux. And you can use an electronic consignment note without using any papers of copies of papers on board.
Okay, because Belgium hasn't, sorry, last question. So Belgium hasn't ratified?
Nope.
Luxembourg and Netherlands, though, have. So how Netherlands ratification is different on that sense than a German ratification?
It's a Benelux something. It's a Benelux-raad, they call it. It's something they keep out of their dust, I suppose, and they create something for a test environment for the electronic consignment note. But Belgium, fortunately, doesn't sign up for the electronic consignment note. I hope they wait for the eFTI, and that will help for the use of the electronic consignment note.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
Just an observation on the ratification of the e-protocol of the CMR Convention. There is a difference between ratifying the CMR, the e-protocol of the CMR Convention and the actual implementation of the eCMR in national domain. So yes, when Poland and Germany have ratified, the convention says that they have to accept it. But beware, Germany has implemented it, Poland has not. So there is a risk that when you are stopped and you produce a pure digital CMR database, eCMR database, they won't be able to read it. So you might be penalized. So it might be good to have a digital paper version or PDF somewhere handy so that they can read it.
Yeah, I believe.
I want to add something, Mark.
Please, please.
In the app, the app is foreseen for a digital PDF format. So if they can check it, there is a format on it. Yeah, it's important, but okay, it's there.
This is the current situation in many European countries. So countries are in very different level. There is plenty of countries that still like registering all those CMR numbers by the tax authority and giving away some amount of numbers and calculating them. Then there are others who are not doing it and everything is like free. And there are countries who has been implemented at least partly this digital consignment note. Estonia is also experienced in that sense, and we have used for the forest transportation when it was mandatory, and now it's the road construction site as well. So there are specific areas when it can be implemented as well, and it gives already value for the authorities who are following those public procurements things or any other. So, any more questions?
My question is about what Mark pointed out earlier, about what might be make the project successful or unsuccessful, and some risks identified. As we made some progress in the project, we are not in the beginning. We have some designed some things in interfaces, in data, and so on. So for me, logical question is how, maybe for you, Haiti, how do you see our project regarding all that? Are we good?
I believe we are good because we are trying to build reference architecture which takes care about all parties' interest.
Yeah, that's also my point, just to say it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we definitely have to keep the market open for all companies who want to build their own platforms, because the platform owners can make money, but also it can be part of the transportation company's business. But I have a question regarding this part. We are talking about the transport sector at the moment. What do you think? Are they like main influencers or secondary, or who would be those main beneficiaries who can drive this part? And I would like to ask this all of you. Maybe Tony, you can help.
Yeah, it depends on the companies, of course, what is the capabilities of different companies. But for us, we are quite strong in the digitalization, as we do pretty much everything by ourselves. So we are not relying on the externals. So TMS systems and everything has been built in-house. So we are a little bit different role than most of the companies are. But I see that economic operators, there will be becoming very easy solutions to use the FT information, and those will be really cheap ones. And those which are doing very nice UX and very, very concentrated usability, those will be the most popular ones as well. But we see that we also need to help our customers as well in the beginning, because most of the customers doesn't have the systems where they can actually produce content which is along with the FT or future metadata requirements. So basically, we might need to act as a behalf of them at least in the beginning. But hopefully in future, TMS systems and subsystems and whatever they are using are actually having the FT environment as well, part of that there. But in the beginning, we are probably acting as a broker between those.
Am I right? Your part of your customers are in automotive industry as well?
Not automotive, but they are actually providing the raw materials to automotive industry, yes.
Because this is, by my understanding, the most complicated supply chain. And what do you think, can be there some room for the papers and not having information about what's happening in the supply chain?
Most of the customers at this moment are actually doing very this kind of lean way of the factoring. So basically, what is inside of the trucks are actually the warehouse. So they are leaning on that they know that when they actually get those materials, the warehouses are minimal. So basically, the whole fleets, what they are utilizing, they know about raw materials. And then the raw materials which are coming to the factories are actually, they need to know exactly where those are. Because it's a matter of the days, basically, when they run out of the materials for factories nowadays. So all of these materials and FT materials and these things, we know basically what has been loaded, because there might be situations, and that's quite typical situations, that when we load, there might be something missing. It's not ready yet. So basically, that factory which is expecting the goods, they are expecting that will come. So as far as that information goes back through, they actually can supply another way around. So it's all of this, basically this FT stuff will bring this kind of visibility across the supply chain. And logistics is one part of that. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yep, thank you. What you're thinking?
Yeah, I think we need to be very careful here, because eFTI is a regulation, and the regulation is absolutely nothing to do with sending dispatch note or dispatch advices. I know the automotive industry a little bit from my own DHL supply chain history. The key thing is indeed, as you say, they need to know exactly what's on that truck at the moment it leaves, because that will help them in their actual production shop floor scheduling as well. So, but the dispatch note and the content of the dispatch note has nothing to do with the current eFTI regulation. This has much more to do with economic operator to economic operator exchanges that currently are being still done using very old-fashioned, I'll use the word again, I don't think it's a bad word, truth be told, I forget which, you used it. Old-fashioned is not a bad word, but they're using this EDI kind of approach, and it works very well in that industry. They've highly standardized that, the way it needs to work. They get it from a very large proportion of their tier 1, tier 2, and even tier 3 suppliers. So the fact that it's old-fashioned doesn't mean it doesn't work very well. And that's why I also think if we are looking at what eFTI really is for the moment at least, let's make sure that when we start looking at how it interrelates with all these other things that already exist, that we are very careful not to throw out the good just because it's old.
Yep.
All right, yeah, you are right. EDIs are in use, booking phase, yes. But a status updates and all these things doesn't go through the EDI anymore in most of the cases. But the bookings are, yeah. But the bookings is not related to what you're actually loading or unloading. What comes to the FTI, FT is high-level stuff, and then when you go down to the ECRM, actually way bill. That as well is metadata, which is specified under the FT at this moment. So in that sense, in context, that actually is part of that. So basically, we are sharing that information, that metadata is, when it comes to the loading and unloading events and these events, we are sharing that. And then when we are using basically our own formats at this moment for all of these things, which are almost what has been proposed by the FT, or at this moment under the work in progress. Not so much need to change in reality. It's just about terminology. It's most of the things are anyway there. It's the common stuff. When we are moving goods between A and B, it's not the miracle maker stuff.
Thank you.
Point out that a consignment is not about the goods there. A consignment does not tell you in detail what the goods are that are being transported. eFTI is about freight. It's not about the goods. What they need for their production scheduling is about the goods. It's a completely different ballgame.
Mark, you mentioned as well that the industry still can be one big influencer regarding this.
Yes. And as I've said in the presentation, and well, let me try to summarize it. For the moment, eFTI and the framework, the eFTI framework, because yes, for the moment we have a regulation, and out of the regulation we're going to create a framework, all right? A process that will be usable. Now, this is for the moment a concept. It's an idea, it's words, it's provisions on paper. Okay, now eFTI4EU is taking that one step further, is trying to concretize the concept, all right? And that's very good, because all of us in this room and beyond this room have an enormous responsibility, because we will have to convince our constituents that this is something good. So we have an enormous responsibility to ensure that it's good and usable for everybody. Because we will have to end up convincing our constituents. So yes, we will play our role, and it will be not easy, but we will do it.
Thank you. Barry, you probably have experiences in that sense as well. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I agree that a lot of convincing work is required, but I don't agree that it's just a concept. eFTI is also a lot of lines of code, and it's concrete, and it's working, maybe in a POC mode and in testing mode, but it's not just as a concept.
Yes, because you have actually moved, by writing the code, you have moved from the concept to making it more concrete by adding the code. Yes, you have, as I have said, you are on the road to making it concrete.
Barry, maybe you can fast answer. Would it be your main customers from the industry or transport side?
Like I told you during the presentation, we hope that eFTI is a game changer for us, because a lot of companies, it's chicken and the egg today, because they're pointing each other for creating the electronic document, of the paper document, excuse me. And we hope that eFTI can be the game changer for using all kinds of electronic documents and helping each other to create a sustainable logistic chain.
Frederick, what's your opinion?
The chicken and egg is there, that's for sure. It's just like the first fax machine. If you had to sell a fax machine, I'll be very interested until you have other people ready to receive the fax at the end of the day. So here the chicken and egg is all about making sure that the software solutions are becoming eFTI platforms. And then let's talk to the loaders, to the shippers. Those are probably the ones that can force the adoption of fully digitized distribution and transport in the first place.
So we have to make this like motivation in the market. Yep, one question.
No, I'm not sure it's really a question, but it's more, I'm working for Transport and Logistics the Netherlands, and we represent around 5,000 logistics service providers. And I don't think it's in convincing the logistics service provider that the digital world is better than the paper world. They're quite obvious that we don't talk to any company who says, I'd rather stick to the paperwork. Everybody wants to go to the digitalization. But there are a few questions do need to be answered for these companies before they really take the next step. And if you look at the ECMR in particular, you have the ratification of countries, the implementation, but it's up to the market to provide with solutions for them to choose which will be your provider of an ECMR. One of the main questions they ask themselves is, if I choose that kind of solution, will I run into any kind of problems? Saying, will my customer accept my ECMR solution, or will they ask me to use another one? Will I, if my truck is pulled off from the road, will the officer selling accept my solution? The interoperability question on ECMR is the question needs to be solved very quickly. And if we can do that, then I'm 100% sure that people will take the next step. And I've chosen my bank like 25 years ago, and I still can do payments all over the world with everybody. And that should be the same in the ECMR. You choose a provider, and with that provider should you be able to exchange ECMRs with all the parties you have to work with. And if we can solve that question, then we can really take the next steps. And the ECMR is really the proof of the pudding of the FTI. If we solve that question, then the FTI will be similar.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because we, like I said, we are building network, and network should work everywhere. It doesn't matter which service provider you are using in which country. But I believe we have few questions from the...
Yes, maybe I will read it out loud. Question is, how prevalent is e-delivery AS4 in economic operators in the system? With the regulation e-delivery, AS4 interface must be supported by the gate, but national implementations can provide a REST API. Would economic operators prefer e-delivery or REST API?
Would you like to comment that, or I can try to answer?
I can say that we prefer to REST API. It's more easier to ask and more modern to actually implement than SOAP.
Another question also. Another question is, maybe I'm wrong, but in the ECMR, that should be the tool to habilitate eFTI. at least for goods and streets, there is also packaging list. Isn't the packaging list enough for automated or retail industries?
Well, I guess that would lead to my I would say last question as well, because this is quite big topic, the technology, because yes, we are different kind of technologies in the eFTI network as well. One thing is this e-delivery, which is maybe not so much known in the private side, but it is known in the governmental side. So that's the reason why this building block has been put into the eFTI network as well. And secondly, this REST API, which is probably preferable by the all economic operators and platform developers, because they know this technology and it's there, that can be used as well. And this is how we are trying to build up this network and move ahead. But in technology perspective, there are much more. And today we are in the very beginning in this journey, and to digitalize the consignment is only one small piece in the whole supply chain. So what do you think where this technology can be lead us for the, I would say, next 5 years? Because we are here at the moment starting to, or taking the first steps with the eFTI. You mentioned that it should be maybe done by the 1 year. I also support that. But still, there are many upcoming initiatives, and also in European Commission has been many different legislation parts which will be connected with this supply chain digitalization as well. What do you think? How we can, or what we should do to combine those different technologies?
What we are planning to link as well, there is cargo safety, because that's how you have to actually weigh bill, and then basically it doesn't tell how the trailer has been packed up, how the driver has been doing that work. So for those kind of goods which are dangerous if they haven't been, that there is no enough ropes or there's not enough change, the evidence of that. So we link it to that actually. So that's why that way you can actually make the transportation safer, and then also about those road transportation inspections, they see the cargo which is potentially dangerous, they should stop it anyway, even that this paper is good. But if there is actually this kind of evidence that this has been done according to the laws and what is actually needed, then they can actually pass. So different kind of technologies which are surrounding it should be actually incorporated it as a service as well, to make it more transparent, this whole flow.
What is important, and I think it has already been mentioned several times today, and it's also actually taking place, is that we need to look as much as possible on what we already have in terms of building stones and what we have, and that works good, and try to build the eFTI framework on that. And we've had many discussions on that, and I think we're on the right road, because we need to have something with which people are already more or less familiar today. And okay, if they are familiar with the building stones, then they will be much more familiar with the concept. So yeah, we have entered the road, and we got to take it until the end.
You can slow it down, but you can hold it back. And I think if you look around, they are expecting and they're looking around for the possibilities of hyperloops, other things in AI and possibilities, and logistics is using papers. So we have to do something that we are back on track and that we are ready for the digitalization, autonomous truck driving, and everything else. Otherwise, we have huge problems because logistics will survive us all.
I got my own mic. Yeah, there are some of those actors.
By the way, autonomous trucking cannot happen without digitalization paper. There's nobody keeps that paper. So you need to have it.
Right, I'd like to finish with the fact that, and that was you again, Mark, that raised the fact that 85% of those transport companies, whether those are inland navigation or road transport, are very small organizations. So we have to really consider how we feed our eFTI platforms from information coming from those guys. How do we put in their hands what I call consumer-grade information technology? Probably it's based on mobile devices, generally speaking, because those are rather accessible. They have a network connection. They come with all the features we need. So I foresee the arrival of another technology that is very well supported by the European Commission based on the eIDAS-2 regulation with the digital wallet. And I guess I'm introducing here the eFTI4EU and what my friends are considering these days. It's like, let's include those guys in the first place. Because if we leave them on the side of the road, we keep on using EDI, and that works, but they're not part of the game. They have to be part of the game.
We have one comment there. Just a minute.
Maybe one of my roles is to explain to the companies what the FT is and what is upcoming. And it sounds like that we think that all these companies are not sharing data or any documents with the people, but they're doing that all day, every day, with multiple customers. So if I try to explain what is FT, then I very often get a reply, oh, that's just another interface. Just tell me what to do, where to send it, and I'll have it ready tomorrow. It's probably more than that, but we have to explain, okay, what is more than that? But maybe for the companies, it's just another interface. And if we just can explain why it's useful, why we need it, why it has to be done, what is the purpose, and is it confident and safe, and things like that, then maybe it's not that complicated.
Thank you. You actually took my words.
Maybe I don't agree that it's just another interface. No, it's not just another interface. When we're just talking about just another interface, we're talking business to business. And business to business, that's one thing. But eFTI is not about business to business. eFTI is about business to government. And in August 2020, I think the European legislators gave a very important signal. And that's a milestone in, let's say, lawmaking on transport logistics. They enabled for road transport the possibility to prove compliance by electronic means. So the milestone was done. But the legislator did not say how that could be done. And that is exactly what eFTI provides. eFTI provides the conditions on how, in a harmonized, interoperable way, you can, across the 27 member states of the European Union, prove your compliance with EU and, to a large extent, also relevant national rules relating to freight. And that is what is so special about eFTI. And without eFTI, we would still be with the digital paper in terms of using electronic means to prove compliance.
Thank you so much. We have 5 minutes over time already, sorry about that. But I'm truly honored to lead this panel discussion. I believe we have plenty of questions left, and last but not least, I'm leaving for you without answer. Why is it so that so many carriers or in transport sector still doesn't even heard about eFTI, and what we can do to improve this part? Because we are a very small group at the moment who discuss about what to do, how we can bring all the others with us as well. But that's it for today. Thank you and thank you.
Fortunately, it's not all for today. We have excited 2 topics left, and I'm really happy that we have heard here so much about how important it is to connect B2B connections and to look more not only towards FTGate but also towards FT platforms, how they can be connected. And I'm really happy to ask here Mati Langinen, who is from VDFI, and he's CEO there, and he has experience already 15 years. And I really like that your favorite transport mode is your moto caravan.
Yeah, I want to be different.
Perfect, perfect. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Eva. It's been a great day. I would like to also mention that this is a special day in this very premise where we are. Finland joined EU 30 years ago. So it's a celebration. Thank you for coming over as our guests. And I think the idea we had when we joined the EU that, okay, we will make a difference. We would like to see there would be collaboration, there would be practical results. And that's maybe we are a humble nation at the corner of Europe, but we are very pragmatic. It's great to hear the sort of almost religious talk of FT believers here, so we are obviously getting somewhere here. So thank you for that as well. But, as said, we have this eFTI4EU project, which is doing remarkable results, and it's collaborating closely with Leah. Please stand up. I think everybody knows you anyway, but Leah is our real star here. Thank you. So, we want to support Leah. Obviously, we are a bunch of people and we have some budget, and we already have delivered results, and that's what we want to extend. So, what does it mean? Well, we have actually decided to go for a twin project. So, to support this path step further. And in doing that, we have a group of people you already have seen today. Some of these presentations actually are coming from this new group. And I would like to also invite Jan Bergstrand. Please step forward. He's the lead of the new project, eFTI4All, and colleague of Eva now also. So we will be working together. So say a few words maybe about yourself.
Okay. It's now I should look very surprised, like Steven Spielberg or someone who has just got his 5th statue out of 10 in the Oscars awards. But you said something in the coffee break that you should introduce me. So I have some time to think over what to say. But I'm a bit blocked, but I will try anyway. I was also, as you said, twin project, Matti. I was invited to be an observer to eFTI4EU, and that's what I have done today. Observed, and it with Eva Kellar's good management and all the good beneficiaries with their results. We have to really continue that spirit and working mode in eFTI4All. And in all, there is maybe a feeling that we should conquer the world, but we're still in Europe. But all has a little bit meaning when it comes to what you have called today economic operators, etc. I'm coming from Trafikverket, which is a competent authority. Competent, yes, maybe. And economic operators is the other word. And that means that we should bring in more business aspects and use cases also. So that's also all. Except for that you can see a lot of more flags on the map, which also getting more and more towards all. So we start soon. We are in the grant agreement preparations. And if the building, Manhattan State Building, was it? Oh, okay. Is in 1 year, we just have to negotiate again and have a lump sum approach instead, because 1 year is not what we have here. We have 4 years, I think. So, but let's use that and also maybe answer Haiti's question about how to bring others involved, because I think the use cases will drive in that direction. So that's what we are intending to do, and a little bit more. So yes, thank you for having a chance to introduce us in the new project. Luckily, there is a lot of people crisscross over the lines here, and that makes it even better with the good foundation eFTI4EU have and will leave to us.
Thank you, Jan. I knew you would steal my show, but I took the risk. All right. So we are not doing just another project. We are actually going to be in very close collaboration with eFTI4EU. So as said by Jan, basically there is a continuum. So this reference implementation, which is coming from eFTI4EU, is definitely going to be used also in eFTI4All project. But as also I think somebody mentioned, we are focusing more on the economic operator side now. So we will have a lot of this discussion we have had today will be actually in our pilots and implementations, a step forward. So we are walking the talk here in these projects. And I would like to agree with the comment that came that we are responsible, but I think we should be also honored about the thing we're doing. This is going to have a big impact on our continent. So it's a big, big job we have ahead of us. Okay, so there's collaboration. On the picture, the right side, you see 3 circles. There's going to be a memorandum of understanding between the 2 projects, how to collaborate. So a month from now in Brussels again, we will be signing this. So Eva and of course our friend Jan is going to be there. And there we decide how we collaborate. This is in the making. And we also want to collaborate with the Commission. That's Leah and Sinea as well. And the team, obviously, not neglecting that. So you can see those twins there with the wizard. So we are a triangle, basically. And with this triangle, we want to boost the data model. We want to boost the interfaces, the technical project collaboration, governance issues, obviously, and then all the elements, gate and platform. And most importantly, we look into those use cases and pilots. So that's basically where we are. But also, there's a Finnish saying, there's not 2 without a third. So there's a third goal, which I've realized. And there is a team who has been behind all the work that has been done so far. And we will be at your service also for the third call. So if somebody feels that there needs to be maybe more member states, more involvement, we will be available. Only half of the member states today are involved, and that's a good result. But the other half also needs to be taken care of. So please don't hesitate to come and ask. That's what I had. Thank you.
So we have come to the end of our very, very exciting day, and I'm so happy to see so many of you here still having the true eFTI believers. And as Matti mentioned, it feels a little bit like religion already. But I'm happy to be part of this religion, and I hope that today we managed to get new believers coming to our Church of FT. Sorry. Sorry for putting this. I don't have actually much more to say, but just a big thank you to all of you. And this is our first yearly conference, and there will be at least 2 more because our project is lasting 3 years. And I'm really happy with this collaboration we will going to have with FT4All project, and I don't know, the next one FT for Universe or what the name will be. But anyway, I know that FT is here to change the world, and I'm really happy to be part of this with you guys, to be in the front seat of this changing the world. And thank you, and have a nice afternoon. Weather is lovely. Go and enjoy Brussels, and see you next time.